Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we're seeing the final, the boosted Muchachos against Austrian Mars. We're heading into draft now. And we're seeing the band phase now, where the Fiora and Callista comes through. Jin is the next ban. And Trundle as well. Nothing unusual yet to ban. And the Maokai is locked in. All right. Renekton and Zed. We're gonna probably see a Zed support here. Or maybe he's a secret mid laner. Well, the Oriana's locked in as well, so he's probably the support. Pretty common strategy in these days. And the Soraka is banned as well here. The LeBlanc is out as well, and Senna goes as the last ban, and Javin is also banned. So we're through with our bans, and two quick picks are the AD carries here. We're seeing Xayah and Caitlyn. The boosted Muchachos have locked in the last pick with Jenna, and Austrian Mars picks up the Rakan. So we'll probably see Zed jungle or Renekton jungle, but it's probably Zed. We will see if we're in game as well. So only a couple seconds till we head into the login screen. And now we're waiting for the spectator delay. All right.
Howdy, pals! You guys like to watch esports, don't you? Then I know just the place for you.
What the fuck?
She gets art by now to lose.
Goodbye.
Oh my lord.
Jay's gonna have to do at least 2 here, and he will get 2. Great.
Smoke's going down.
Mordecai.
Not. Oh my god!
All right. So we're back. Beginning the game here. The team is heading straight to the jungle entries to cover them. Nothing unusual yet. A little bit of a dance off here in the mid lane. Nobody wants to try to lay some early poke or something. Are we seeing the top laners have met as well? And we're actually seeing the Z jungle, which will start a blue buff, as well as Graves does. The bot lane is trying to wait in the brush to maybe get some poke. No, they are going to lane as normal. They're actually trying to push a little bit here. So laners has started to farm. The top laners try to lay some poke as well as the mid lane does. Jenna is trying to lay her usual poke here. And she goes actually a little bit low, but has the health pots, so she will be fine for now. But now that the enemy bot lane is under the turret, the Caitlyn can just free her res. And the most action is actually in the bot lane now. Top laners are pretty chilled here. I think it's because of the matchup, since Renekton is pretty strong early game. So now that Renekton tries to go in, there's a really good trade here. We're seeing the bot lane again, and we're in the mid lane where Swain is pretty pushed in actually. Does good amount of damage to Orianna. He can basically push it back now. Both mid laners are pretty full mana, so nothing is wasted yet. And the bot lane is trying to poke again after the Xayah and Rakan bot lane has healed up a lot. In the mid lane are both junglers now. And a little bit of trade-off here. Graves does try to go back a little bit to lay 2 shots of poke on the Orianna, so Swain has a bit of an easier time, and the bot lane is going in. The exhaust is out. Both bot laners flashed from the blue team. I'm sorry. Forgot the name here. And the top lane, you see the Maokai is pretty low as well. And the mid lane is going in for a kill and does get the first blood here with both flashes burned now. Both mid laners have teleports, so it will be pretty fast action again. The Zed tries to do something on the bot lane here, while the blue team bot lane is waiting for their playing pretty safe here since they don't know if Zed is still around. The blue team jungler you see on the map is heading to the top side right now. Maybe he can look for something there. And the bot lane is still trying to trade off a bit, but don't have the health pool at the moment. And the top lane has to part back here. He's going pretty low on mana as well. The bot lane sees a little bit of trade-off here. It's pretty... Oh, you see the mid lane. The Orianna is only almost dying again. The Swain pops his ult here and chunks the Zed. You see they're trying to dive something here, but they given up. And the bot lane is heading to the pokeway again. Hitting the Rakan pretty low. The blue team Swain, mid laner, is in the river, but that can't really do anything here. There are some things going out. Maybe the blue team bot lane will follow now, so they can collapse on that. They're trying to do something here, but the red team bot lane has fought the Caitlyn back, so they can't contest it anymore. Someone has to go mid lane now to pick up the farm. Maybe Grace will go, or Swain will just TP. You can see the momentum in both teams trying to do everything in this early game right now. Top lane is a little bit silent since they didn't get any jungle ganks from both sides yet. But the mid lane and bot lane is fighting all over. Pink's going out for the dragon or the scuttle crab. And the Grace tries to do a sneaky Baron dragon here. Seems like this is pretty uncontested. So Janna's trying to help now. The mid lane is doing some trades here. Wayne is losing a bit, but he's got the bigger health pool as well. The Renekton does this thing and tries to poke the Maokai down and take him from get him away from the farm. The Renekton is diving here actually. Has to pop his ult. It's going pretty low. But the Maokai doesn't have enough damage to do anything here. Both junglers are in the top lane, so we will see a fight maybe here. Zed is coming from behind trying to dive, and the Grace is in front. Will we see both top laners dead? Oh, the Maokai can not survive. But the Grace is killing Zed as well. So it's a 2-for-1 in the top lane. Pretty good trade for the blue team here. Seeing some action here in the bot lane now. The Janna is bursted down, giving a kill to the red team. So Caitlyn is waiting for her support. to get back to the lane, and the red team bot lane is going back now. They're actually waiting here and trying to engage on the Caitlyn. She has to flash, but now they have the upper hand. They don't try to chase here. Zed is in the area as well. And we're seeing the mid lane. The top lane is trying to fight off, where Renekton is doing just so much damage. Now the Maokai has healed back up with his passive and given him the Q. It's pretty even now, where the Maokai has actually more health, but the Renekton got the better burst, so it's pretty even, I would say. Trying to fight each other off the minions, but the Maokai is going to ward here, going to throw a sapling into the bush. A lot of pings going on in the bot lane, since both the bot laners and the mid lane are back. Now the bot lane has shown, the blue team bot lane. We're seeing Kate doing her typical poke stuff. Blue team bot lane trying to get some vision away. The red team, I'm sorry. Red team bot lane clears the wards, then tries to push a bit to the tower. They're trying to do poke here. And the top lane, the Grave has position, but the Zed is here as well. Nothing really happens, a lot of health goes down, but nothing really rings, so it's a trade-off. The Herald is spawned from the red team here, trying to push the wave. And the bot lane is going in. Xayah does a lot of damage to Jenna. Jenna has the ulti, Rakan does his ulti as well. Where the Xayah has lost a lot of health actually. Ori has go for ult, where Swain doesn't have his ult anymore and goes down. No flash is burned, so the Swain probably knew that Oriana had a flash as well, and it just would have been a flash trade-off, so, and he would have died anyway. The Zed is clearing some wards here, and now the bot lane is actually the aggressor, which tries to push into the turret, where the red team is going for a dragon. Goes pretty uncontested here. We're seeing the blue team top lane being pushed in as well, where Renekton is trying to lay some wards down. We're seeing a little bit of trade-off in the top lane, and the pings going out as well. The Grace has been seen in the top lane river. That is actually on the other side of the map, so this Herald would probably go uncontested. We will maybe see a Z gank here. has his ult ready. But nothing really happens. Wayne has to pop his ult here. The Herald goes down to the blue team. It's a pretty open game right now. You can see both teams having pretty much equal gold pools. The gold distribution is favored a bit in the blue team because Graves is a pretty mid game. Oh, the top lane goes down here. And we're the Maokai is trying to survive, but dies as well. It's a 2-0 for the red team. The bot lane knows that the junglers were both top lane or dead, so they try to engage. Jenna doing a good flash ulti, and the Xayah goes down as well, nearly killing the Caitlyn, which will conclude in 2-0 for the blue team. So it's pretty open again. The top lane turret has been killed, so that's the first turret. This will give Renekton and Zed a pretty good chunk of gold, where the Renekton is actually heading bot now, trying to push the turret in as well. The Herald is spawned in the mid lane. They will probably kill this tower right here. Dealing good damage to the Orianna, but Rakan is here, so the tower stands with a sliver of health, but it will probably be taken down soon. You can see Renekton trying to burst the Jenna here. She has to flash and dies to the Renekton. Can this Caitlyn survive or even kill? She's pretty low. But the Zed is here as well. The teleport going out from Maokai. The Zed is doing so much damage here, and Caitlyn can defend off with the last trap of hers, killing the Zed here, and also killing the Renekton. Grace was here as well for the backup, and the blue team gets another 2 kills. The bot lane from the red team has actually pushed in the top lane, resulting in 1 fallen tower and trying to do some good damage here on the second T tower. Caitlyn is pushing in as well. It will be pretty uncontested. I think both teams are doing a good job of forcing the objective and trying to outnumber the enemy team so they won't even come. Picking up the second Drake here from the blue team. Drake's doing his normal jungle route here, trying to get all the camps in his jungle. We're seeing the same from the enemy set. The Graves fighting off the Renekton here. But no fighting is seen. a little bit of trade-off where the Maokai tried to clear a little bit of ward. He can hold this turret for now, where the blue team is actually trying to push in the top tier tower, trying to force the scuttle grab here for some good vision. The Orianna and the Rakan in the mid lane. Trying to look for some action here. The Rakan is going top lane, trying to do ward. Getting heavily poked from the blue team bot lane. Dropping to half health. Renekton tries to burst Janna here, where she has to ult. I think I've seen that before. And the Z is going in, the Renekton is flashing as well, killing the Janna in the process. Graves has to flash, and they're pushing in the top lane now. The mid lane is pretty normal gameplay, where you see this Swain being pushed in, since the Orianna have the better wave clear. Caitlyn trying to ult. Rakan actually missing to get behind Renekton. The jungle from the blue team is being picked up. Actually got stolen from the red team. But the blue team is trying to fight back here, bursting the Z, and go down he goes. Picking up a quick kill for the blue team. And they now, since the jungler is dead, they will contest the Baron. A ward from the blue team going out, but the red team is respawning as well. Orianna is trying to fight off something here. Going in with the ult probably. They stop Baron, going for the red team to kill, and the Renekton will fall. The Rakan follows right after, and the Baron will be completed here, taking down 2 members of the red team. They will have a pretty free Baron here. Zed is slowly coming towards the Baron, but the blue team can pick it up with the smite from Graves. Xayah goes down, trying to steal that Baron. The red team knows it was a pretty important Baron, since they can now just split push and push in the remaining turrets. Or the remaining first top turret and probably the mid turret. We will see Maokai going top lane. Maybe he will try to build a big wave here, since it's pretty strong together with the Baron buff that early. Seeing some deward, and Grace trying to fight off that here. That taking a lot of damage, has to flash out. The Rakan is defeated, and the Renekton goes in with his ult, trying to burst the Grace, almost killing him, but in the end, the Renekton goes down. That goes also down. And they're now pushing in the mid lane, second tier tower with the Baron buff. They will probably continue towards the inhibitor turret, trying to lay some poke here to fight off the Orianna, which can just kill the wave pretty quickly. They will wait for the next wave, but they see they just have to let the turret go for now. The dragon is being picked up by the blue team, which results in the 3 dragons for the blue team now. The top lane trying to fight a little bit here for the Brug. But the waves are getting picked up from the red team. And the jungle getting cleared. The blue team trying to get a last push with the Baron buff maybe. They're pretty ahead with 6,000 gold now. So the 5 versus 5 should be pretty in favor of the blue team. Maybe the red team can do a wombo combo with the Zed and Orianna, or probably Rakan. But otherwise, the red team is pretty behind at the moment. Trying to lay some wards down, actually picking up the Scuttle Crab. Nothing really happens here. Where the blue team is trying to lay some deep wards. They're both teams are waiting for an objective to take, where the red team is actually trying to defend this Renekton here. We're seeing this Renekton, this Maokai. We're seeing the Maokai getting pretty low, having flash, almost surviving, but the Ignite takes him down. The Orianna is being almost picked up, has to flash as well here, where the blue team is taking the inhibitor turret. Backing off for now, probably waiting for the Maokai to get a push again. They are pushing the mid lane now, so they can probably have a safe back right here. They're not spotting already. Wayne is in... No, he's not in danger. He cancels the TP and has to start again. Where the red team is actually pushing now, since they know that the Swain has gotten back now. They can take this turret for free, but making a good job in just leaving the rest here. It was a pretty free turret, so they now have a bit of better position to get a bit of wards here. Maokai is actually trying to force again. Renekton, does he flash? They get the Maokai. 3 versus 1 again. And he goes pretty low and goes down. Yeah. The free kill is picked up in the top lane. Where the blue team now knows they have to do something. Otherwise it's a free Baron. Still 4,000 gold for the blue team in favor. But as you see in that fight, it's still open, and it matters which team can rotate faster and maybe pick up single members of the enemy team. The Grace and Caitlyn trying to engage the that he used the plant, but Swain is on the other side picking up a quick kill for the blue team. The Orianna has ulted and the Jenna goes down, where the blue team tries to engage now. The teleport from Renekton goes out, but has to get out of the field, where the Xayah is taking pretty low and goes down. Renekton going down as well. The blue team will pick up the 3 dragon right here, where the red team has take the minion wave, which made it into the base and probably try to coordinate something again here. Two teams still together, trying to go for the Baron now. They have been seen from the red team. The plant is still active, where the red team can probably steal something here. The plant has been used. The Graves is out of the Baron pit, trying to fight off the red team here, which is successfully done. The Zed goes almost down, and Rakan has to use his ulti to escape as well when the Baron is picked up for the blue team. Both teams will try to heal up here, trying to take their base and sell their gold. The blue team trying to push in the red team here with the Baron buff. But the red team can successfully clear the minions, where the blue team is waiting for the next wave to come in. Nothing is contested, where the Swain goes in for some auto attack, which actually hurt now since they got the Infernal Soul. The blue team is trying to lay some hope here, taking that goes in, and the Orianna ult goes in, the wombo combo, but it doesn't help anymore. The blue team is much more ahead and taking up the ace with a double kill from Swain and Caitlyn picking up the kills. Probably will be game number 1 right here, with the Baron buff as well. Maokai actually tanking up the turret. It's still 20 seconds on the death timers of the red team, and the Nexus will pick up here. And the blue team has won the first game. So we're back again here in the lobby with On the Way on the second game, where the draft phase is starting now. You can see the first ban going out to Watch Callista. I think these were pretty much the same bans as in the ban phase in the last game. Zed going out at this time. Probably the red team doesn't want Zed from the blue team again.
I'm actually fairly surprised at the set ban, considering that last game didn't actually perform that well. And they've
Yeah.
also let the Maokai go through again, which I don't know. Even though, yes, he didn't do super well last game, he was Maokai and he was a tank, so he was always effective. So that's an interesting pick.
Yeah,
ban based
exactly.
from.
Even though they almost 4-1 him in the last game and didn't actually kill him that fast, it's pretty surprising that the Maokai goes through here.
But hey, I guess the Mars believe that they can handle it, and he wasn't the real issue from last game. So we'll see how it
Yeah,
goes.
exactly. Maybe they will pick up a different AD carry to deal with the Maokai this time.
Yeah, I can see a hyper carry being picked up, maybe an Aphelios or a Tristana or something of the sort. I could definitely
Yeah.
like start to rip through it.
The Jin goes actually through here, which does basically nothing against the Maokai. Pretty surprising, actually.
That's true. And they've also got a Leona as well, so he's definitely going to have a hard time this game being able to
Yes.
shred through those guys. But I assume that they're going to just leave the tank shredding to the Vladimir and the Camille, and then he's
Yes.
just going to focus on that burst.
Yeah, probably will pick up some healing reduction in the process as well.
So far, it seems that it's kind of like Muchachos have gone for like a similar team composition that they went to last game, outside of the Ezreal pick, which is a bit more. It's similar to Caitlyn in the sense of it does poke a decent amount, but I would say Caitlyn, especially towards that late game, has more consistent damage. But I guess we'll see how it goes. Maybe it might be a comfort bit coming out from Machine here.
Yeah. And the red team is pretty tanky here again.
I can see that. Jarvan is definitely like a solid front line. It will depend really on what he builds. I imagine he's going to build a tank this game. But yeah, it's just one of those things that we're going to have to see how he builds throughout the game. Because Jarvan is capable of going through in that early, going for those early aggression plays, and then just keep going pretty much lethality if he really wants to. But
yeah,
since this is more of a team situation, I'm guessing we're not going to see the full aggro Jarvan in this game. Probably just go.
Yeah, probably not, since Ezreal is also not that much of a threat. So they can the Jarvan goes for something like a one shot on the Orianna or Ezreal, but the both carries are not that weak, I would say, since Ezreal can just arcane shift out, and the Orianna can shield herself and ult herself as well. So we will see how it plays out.
It seems that maybe similar to last game, the Mars actually might be going for a semi of a wombo combo here. So CC them up with Nautilus,
Exactly.
with Jarvan, and then Vladimir ulti onto hopefully 4 or 5 members, and then just play the team fight out like that. With Jin providing supportive fire. But I'm not gonna lie, I am skeptical of the execution that may come out here because even though there's a little bit of synergy, it's not Jarvan Orianna, or similar to last game, it wasn't set or with Orianna. It's not as easy to execute, so it's going to be difficult to see how that goes out.
Yeah, the Leona probably has to go in. It's pretty good combo with the Leona ult, I would say, but it's not that big. So you're right on saying that we will see how this has to play out. But the CC from the red team is pretty big as well. So we will see how much damage they will actually do.
Okay, based on team compositions, who do you think is more likely to win out of this, Mars or Muchachos?
Probably the Muchachos, since they just got a better early and mid game. and where the Jin is actually starting to wind up in the mid-late game, where he can do those big crits and just two-shot people. But if he gets fed and gets really well into the mid game, where he can probably kill a lot of the enemy team, since Graves is not that tanky, but has a little bit of health. But when the Jin gets fat enough, he can probably kill him pretty fast as well. So we will have to see.
I can see that. One thing that was surprising here is that I'm surprised that Mars didn't pick up the Oriana again themselves, because again, Vladimir does kind of fulfill that, not control mage, because he's semi like a control mage where he can just do a lot of AoE team fight
Yeah.
damage. So, but I'm surprised that Mars didn't pick up the Oriana instead, because they
Yeah.
did ban out the Swain against Roxor, but just didn't pick up the Oriana themselves. So that does seem like a confusing, I guess, play to me. But we'll just have to see how it goes. Maybe the pro draft, it was different in regards to the order that executed. So I might be missing that information. But outside of that, yeah, it does seem like an odd pick.
Yes, indeed. I think the Oriana with the Javan is a pretty heavy combo, where it would have been picked up, it could just almost kill 3 people of the Muchachos. So it was pretty interesting that they picked up Vladimir instead of Oriana.
Yeah, but I think that's, as we're speaking about it, that's most likely going to be the lane of focus here. If depending on who wins the mid lane, I think that's really going to dictate who's really going to be winning these team fights. Because if Vladimir is in a strong position, he'll be able to just dominate in team fight, and the same could be
Yes.
said for Oriana as
Yes.
well. So yeah, I think mid lane is definitely going to be the lane to watch, and I'm pretty sure the junglers are going to be looking to have that focus in the mid lane.
Yeah, you could see it in the last game as well, where both junglers were often around the mid lane as well as the bot lane. We will see how the top lane will play out if Camille has the damage to maybe threaten Maokai a bit more, so he doesn't get tanky that fast. But again, this is no priority, so the Maokai can probably just farm himself up again and get as tanky as he was in the last game.
See, but I'm assuming Peranto, he's chosen the Camille pick because he's just going to be like, okay, we're going to lane. If I beat you, that's fine. But if I don't, that's also fine, because I'm just going to scale up with you. So I'm always going to be split pushing against you, and you can never 1v1 me. This is what I'm assuming
That's true, yes.
they're going to go for, but we're just going to have to see how it plays out, obviously. Because it's
Exactly.
definitely, for me, I feel like that's a better pick than the Renekton, because with the Renekton, even though you have a lot of agency on your champion, you need to execute it well. And if you don't just get ahead early, like last game, then you just don't do anything overall in the game. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. We could see in the last game that he was beaten in the 1v1 in the mid game, and if that happens, the Renekton was just too much of a weak pick, and maybe also a bit not focused by the jungler of Muchachos. So you're probably right on saying that Camille has just a better scale on here.
Yeah. It seems that both teams are starting at the top side of the map. I assume they both know that each other's starting at the top side of the map, because that does seem like a weird start for the Graves. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, nice.
The Nautilus doing a good hook here.
But take a decent amount of return damage. So it turns out to be an even trade.
Yeah. He hooked right into the minion wave, so they traded him as well, having to pop the health potion. Where the bot lane can now push in the red team bot lane.
Yeah, you're just going to see some typical standard laning here in the early game. Ezreal just clearly wanting to just farm up wherever he can and get any Qs he possibly can onto the lane team, but just for free trade.
Yes, indeed. I think until Leona can probably do a good grab on the Jhin, they will just play it safe, and the Jhin will just push them in, and they will let the Jhin push in. Going for a trade here. The Ezreal is getting chunked pretty heavily. Oh, taking the 4th shot from Jhin. which does a lot of damage.
Again, turns out to be a relatively even trade, and this is, I guess, the issue with the, I guess, bot lane combo. Even though Nort can get a pick onto someone, even if he gets it onto Ezreal, Ezreal can easily just arcane shift out.
Exactly.
Oh, here's a 1v1 into the mid lane here, into the jungle. Okay, that was a nice smite by the Jarvan, and then
Blue team picking up the easy kill.
that was a beautiful rotation by bot lane. Really nice and clear to just go up, help their jungler. And that could have easily been a loss in the Jarvan. I was actually surprised that he engaged, but he's had his team to really back him up there.
Yeah, exactly. You could have seen that the bot lane from the blue team was actually pushing up, but the top lane is getting the free kill here. Picking up the Maokai. Camille doing pretty good against that Maokai pick here.
I'm surprised. Why didn't we see this last game? Peranto should have easily been able to do that exact same thing on Renekton, but just better. But maybe it's just lack of comfortability. So it's good to see that the top lane is really doing well here.
Yeah. Yeah, the Camille or the Renekton last game, I think, was the problem that since he's ability based, once he doesn't have his abilities, he goes down. But the top lane is doing pressure again. The Jarvan is here, getting the Maokai to half health after he teleports back to lane. The Graves is on his way as well to the top lane.
Mars seem like they're definitely in a more comfortable position here because, yeah, you can see that the jungler is just more comfortable as he's just able to gank a lot more and is actually able to have that pressure for his team.
Yeah,
Whereas
exactly.
I don't think the set was enabling that.
I think the problem with the Z is the bot lane is taking Ezreal pretty low here. And yeah, the problem with the Z last game is that he doesn't do that much, that good of ganking before level 6. The W picks up the Ezreal, which gives the blue team a free kill.
That was a beautiful snipe by Slipknot.
Yes.
That was insane. Actually insane. Like what I've noticed from last game, and I'm pretty sure there's a couple of the other games in the semis, is that the Mars bot lane is super aggressive.
Yeah,
and
indeed.
I mean, I guess here this is where the actual aggression just plays off, and now off the back of that, they're able to get the dragon as well. So that was really good play by Mars here.
Exactly. Like in the last game where they just could defend off the Caitlyn poke and Jenna poke as well. It's pretty speaks for the bot lane how good they play. Such little micro games where you have to get every little bit of auto attack into there. Pretty standard laning seeing here in the top lane right now.
Yeah, this is just Camille showing her dominance, pushing the lane, not having any threat.
Lays a good chunk of poke down, and Maokai trying to defend off the minions going not into the tower but has to back off.
Yeah, just taking a lot of minion damage there. Not sure that was the best, but I guess he was forced to.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Maokai was worried that he won't have enough damage to kill the minions, so all of these 5 minions go down. The Camille engages Graves in the river, goes down, but the bot lane is fighting as well here.
That's an aggro arcane shift, but I'm not sure if the Muchachos actually win this 2v2.
Oh,
unlucky there. That was unfortunate. Missing the dredge line.
Leona actually didn't dodge, so that was pretty unlucky. The Nautilus trying to predict her movement, but the Leona just reading him like a book.
And this is one of my... Oh, it's an ultimate.
Actually trying to defend him, get him away from the tower, so that the Ezreal can't pick up the remaining farm there.
No, I think considering how aggressive Slipknot normally is, I think he was definitely trying to go for that frag, trying to go for that kill onto Leona, but unfortunately, like for him, Ezreal was there, full HP, no way he was going to be able to get that kill.
Yeah, but if that's the case, I think Nautilus should have been there, at least to back something up, because Leona can just maybe engage on him, and they Nautilus is dying now, going down pretty fast. where
And this
Jin
is
trying-
what I mean by the aggro plays from Mars here. They're just tower diving, not 24/7, but quite a lot, and here
Yeah.
gets them punished.
Yeah, I see they will take those windows sometimes. Even if it doesn't work out, they will still do it in the next one when they can. Pretty good aggressive play, I would say.
But hey,
Normal mid lane farming here.
I guess in this specific scenario, I'm not sure if it was a good idea to enable Ezreal that kill, because now he's just getting closer and closer to that Manamune.
Yep, that will be a big problem in the mid game. The Maokai is being picked up, almost. The flash is going down from Maokai, and the Javan ulti as well.
I'm sure we're going to see Clancy back into that top lane soon because of that Maokai flash. As soon as the his ultimate is back up, I'm sure we're going to see Javan coming straight back up to the top lane.
That will be probably the case. I think you're right with that one.
We're just going to have to see. Let's
Yep.
wait. I think it's about 1:40.
But you can see on the map that Javan is actually heading to his red, so he has a good time of not going to the top lane again, doing his red here.
Just going to have a quick look. It seems that fairly even CS across the board here. Everyone's farming around the same, so no one's dramatically ahead. Outside of top lane, who's about 20 CS ahead. So, but he's clearly got that demanding presence up in the top lane, so it's to be expected.
Yeah. I think they managed to get a good pick with the Camille, who can just do damage all the time with her auto attack and having pretty low cooldowns. So the Maokai just gets beaten down here.
Now, I do wonder whether the Camille is going to go into the Ravenous Hydra first, or build the build the Tiamat into the Trinity Force just to have that extra damage and have that amazing mid-game presence that Camille normally does.
Yeah. Yeah, she will decide if she rather wants to go for pushing or for more of delayed power spike, I would say. The Grace is fighting off the Vladimir, but Grace is dropping low. Javan has to ult here, getting the kill in the process. And the whole team, no, not the whole team, 3 players of the blue team has collapsed on Orianna as well. The Jin dropping really low, picking up the kill on Leona here, where both teams are now in the bot lane. And the last remaining champions of the red team going down to this Camille, who's pretty fat actually, since
That
he
was-
now got more kills as well.
That was just insane rotation and play
Yes.
by Mars here. The TP from Peranto was just incredibly key to just win them that fight. And the way quite simply put, Graves was out of position. The blue team were easily able to collapse, and now they get so much off of it. They get the bot lane tower, they get the Earth Drake, there's so much.
Yes, I think which was pretty key to that was the play from Javan in the top lane, having the Maokai to actually burn his teleport, so Camille has the teleport advantage here. The Orianna gets killed by 3 people from the blue team, going down pretty fast.
I actually think that both top laners did have TP, and they both actually TP at the same time. It's just that the blue team were just quicker, and Camille TP'd first. And because that coupled with Graves just being straight up position, they were easily able to collapse onto the Graves, pick him off fairly early in the fight, and then it was just pretty much a 4v5 from there. And that's how you can see. Oh wait, here's an aggressive engage by Camille. Okay, it doesn't really turn out to be anything.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with the Camille, you have that single target damage, and they just bursted Wraith there. So it was a pretty fast 4 versus 5
Yeah, that
in the
Hextech
favor of Mars.
ultimatum.
Yeah. Muchachos actually having to defend off here. The jungler from Muchachos is top lane now. Both junglers are top lane.
Okay,
A
but
lot of cooldowns getting burned, but nothing really happens.
we also have the Nautilus starting to rotate. I think with the bot lane tower going down, it seems that Mars have a lot more pressure to be able to just roam across the map and try to get the other turret plates. And although turret plating is about to die, but they're able to just get more pressure onto the first towers. So we're going to slowly start to see them going down.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that the top lane is pretty much winning really hard and getting fed, the Camille. And actually Jin picking up a lot of good items as well. We will probably see very much aggression in the mid game from Mars.
Yeah, I really think that pretty much any team fight that is taken right now, Mars are almost 100% going to win, just because they've got a really strong Camille coming from the top lane, and Maokai is nowhere near that presence, or nowhere near that state where he can actually tank them properly. Because
Exactly.
she's already finished the Trinity Force. It's the most expensive item in the game. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see the power spike as well here, where the Camille has traded a few hits with Maokai, and Maokai just couldn't do anything against it.
I don't know what Mars did, but that pep talk that they had in the off time was clearly like paid dividends, because there's just such a dramatic difference from this game from last game.
Exactly. And I think they probably try to get a little bit more focused on the top lane so they can defend this top side. And when the Maokai is just irrelevant if he gets fed, since he will just build life anyway. Now Mars trying to actually get him behind so he doesn't get this tanky like he did in the last game.
I'm just shocked, because I feel like if he was able to perform like this anyways, why wasn't he able to do this on the Renekton? But maybe it might have just been comfort. So I'm glad to see that he's now in a better position with this Camille.
Yeah, I think in the last game was the problem, since Renekton is more of an ability champ who can fast burst, but Camille has just these auto attacks and they hurt really much. So if the Maokai tries to heal off the enemy, the Camille is just in a better position to do damage again, where the Renekton has to back off since he doesn't get any abilities anymore.
And here's a push into the top lane. I think they're simply going to just come down and take this tower. Maokai is trying to defend. I'm not sure if he should stay here. Jarvan does have Cataclysm up. Okay, he's not. He's decided to not use it.
But the Maokai has to flash out. The mid lane Nautilus is getting 4-man kills from the red team, picking up a free kill in the process.
Yeah, that was just really bad positioning by Sylvia here. But
Yeah.
It happens from game to game.
Definitely.
But I'm not sure if that was the best thing to do, especially with 10 seconds before Drake.
Yes. They probably should have tried to get the jungler as well to do a dragon so they can anti-ward.
Okay, here comes the TP from Camille. Now, this is definitely a threat. She's going straight in. Straight. Uses Hex.
For the Leona. Okay. The blue team doing a favor. No, they didn't pick any kill up and lost that fight pretty hard. Interesting.
As much
Sorry.
as I've been commending the Mars here, and especially Paranto, that was an imp play. That was an absolute imp play. I don't care how strong you are as Camille, you cannot go in 1v5. You are still a fairly squishy champion, and even though you did have stopwatch, your team was nowhere near. So,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah, and that's the first thing. And the second one is, strangely enough, he tried to focus the Leona, trying to burst her down, where it was pretty maybe the Graves or the Oriana, which should be still in the range of the ultimate, would have been a better focus probably. Actually, Nautilus picking up some farm here in the mid lane.
I think maybe Toronto was high off the fact that he was in a strong position, and
Yeah.
he did he did what players typically do and just throw away their lead a little bit. Now, unfortunately, it won't do too much. It is his first death, but he does give them a bit of a shutdown gold. So we're just gonna see how it plays out. But this is definitely a mistake by Mars to not be in a position to contest that Drake.
Exactly. They should have tried to de-ward the dragon way before, so the Nautilus doesn't actually die trying to ward something.
Yeah, for sure. Although it was definitely just a misplay by Nautilus to just be sitting in mid lane. That was just brain dead. And once again, Nautilus getting straight caught out, and it was a simple pick off, and there goes the flash from Jin as well.
Actually, the red team is doing good rotations here, trying to take down Vladimir as well. The Camillus going down to the red team, where the Jarvan is trying to take the last remainers of the red team, but the Jarvan and the Jin go down as well. The red team picking up 4 kills again, and now they have a good lead and also pick up the mid lane tower here.
It's just going downhill. It's just absolutely going downhill.
They've thrown away their lead so hard right now, and they didn't pay respect to the CC. Oh, the Muchachos got the same CC again like in the last game, and they just go in getting 3-man Oriana ulted again and again. That's just not how you play against such a CC-heavy team.
They'll just filtering in one by one, just staggering their deaths for absolutely no reason. They were just getting caught out in the enemy jungle. I think they were trying to get vision or whatever it may be, but there was just no need to, especially not as a 5-man, and they got absolutely punched through it. And instead of letting their Nautilus just die and just, leaving with the Jin flash, I think the Vladimir had unfortunately TP'd in, and because of that, they were like, okay, we need to help the Vladimir, and then boom, the whole team dies, and it's an ace pretty much.
Yes, indeed. You're probably right with that one, since the Vladimir could have also go through the top lane, since the TP gets a little speed buff at the moment with the current patch, where the Vladimir can just back off towards the top lane, but they try to rather engage with the 4 versus 5 and the Jin being pretty low, so that's just not a fight you want to take.
And once again, the Nautilus is not to blame, but yeah, we need to make sure that you can't be getting caught out in these positions. Otherwise, it's going to put your team at such a disadvantageous position. Exactly.
I think there should be more coordination, that when the Nautilus wants to ult some carry, that he can be taken down. Since the Vladimir wasn't near, he didn't TP yet, they probably should have just waited for the Jin and Vladimir to arrive so they can take a fight, but they just went in too early.
But here we go. Well, now we're gonna quickly go through the builds and everything at this point. The Maokai's obviously finished off his Sunfire Cape, and he started to build a Bramble Vest as well. I'm not sure what that Negatron Cloak is going to go into, but yeah, he's just probably putting a little bit of magic to go against that Vladimir. We've got the Eye Edge finished up on the Jin. I believe he's going into Storm Razor next, so that's going to be a proper key item. And what another key item that's happening here, or that's been picked up here, is that Ezreal has finally finished his Trinity Force and has also finished that Mana Moon. So he's at that Ezreal power spike now. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and I feel like Mars have enabled this.
Yeah, exactly. I think they have just thrown their lead and getting the red team to not only the gold, but just the time to pick up again. Doing a free dragon here. The Muchachos taking that dragon with the smite.
Yeah, once again, Mars not being in a position to contest this Drake, which should definitely be theirs. Like, they were commanding such control over this game.
Exactly. I think they should have been there like half a minute before so they can just be ward. But Mars just wasn't in the position, so they have to give it up. Interesting choice. The Maokai getting actually pretty tanky now again, like in the last game. We will see if he can tank that much as he does in the last game, where the team of Muchachos can just roll over the enemy since they just can't kill their front line. Interesting build choice from Vladimir here. I think the Spellbinder being picked up makes him vulnerable to a lot of damage. And maybe he doesn't need the healing from the Gunblade. I don't know what's the choice there.
I think for Vladimir, you just want to go full AP. When you're behind, it is definitely a little bit more questionable, just because you don't have that much of a commanding presence as you do if you're ahead. So you can definitely get punished for going so offensive. Apologies, but yeah, I think he's just going all in with the aggressiveness. If he gets the kills, then he can really pop off and start to further get more and more damage. But if he doesn't get those kills, he's just going to fall further and further behind here. So it's definitely just a risky build option here.
Yeah, I think the same. Maybe the bit of resistance, or maybe a not a gunplate, but the spellvamp item maybe would have been picked up here. The Camille actually goes into the Orianna. Orianna does her Zonias, and the Camille leaves the top lane. The red team is actually formating in the top jungle, so the Camille maybe knew something.
No, I don't think they knew. I think they were just she was just backing off because and I was actually going to comment on that. It seems that where the Vladimir has gone for a completely offensive build, the Orianna's done the opposite and gone for a defensive build. So as soon as she went behind, she picked up a Zhonya's, just so whenever that Camille jumps onto her, she can just simply Zhonya's and buy her team 2.5 seconds.
Exactly. And I think it's a pretty good item on Orianna as well, since you will shield before, and then after the Zonias you will have the shield again, so she gets pretty tanky as well. The Hextech GOP being picked up as well from the Orianna, so she can just freeze the enemy.
Yeah, definitely like some defensive options being picked up here, which is like
Exactly.
lends to, I guess, the playstyle. Their Muchachos are just letting Mars aggress onto them. Oh, here's a pick into the mid lane, a random support battle. Nothing really comes of it, but hey, just
fighting off some wards.
Yeah, fighting over some wards, slapping each other about. Why not?
Exactly. Maybe some team will come, but both teams decide that they don't have the vision, so they back off.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think the next setup here is who's going to go for those first towers, because as you can still see, the blue team still have both their mid first tower and their bot first tower. Whereas on the other side of Muchachos, they've only got the mid first tower, and that's fairly low at itself. So Mars should definitely be looking to start pressuring that tower and get that down, just so they can get the gold into their team.
Yeah, not only the gold, but also the vision that you get through it. You can just maybe walk into the enemy jungle, ward out the enemy jungle, so you know where the Graves is. The red team is actually trying to push the tower here and getting the kill in the process, but the team fight breaks out. The Orianna goes down, ulting nobody, since the Jarvan has flashed away. Camille is doing a pretty good job of taking their Grace down, and it all goes down with 2 kills being picked up from both teams. But now the Jhin has given his life as well. Javan trying to do a last thing, but goes down in the process. And the Orianna is just too tanky with the Zonias and the both shields, but goes down from Vladimir. But in the process, the Vladimir is taken, throwing his life as well, away as well. So it's an ace for the red team. It's a 5 for 3. Yeah, that was pretty chaotic, actually. What do you think?
That was like such an insane fight. But once again, it was just blue team not being in the position at the right time. All of red team were there. Maokai was there instantly, so he was able to be that front line for his team. And even though, yes, Jarvan went in, Vladimir was nowhere near. So there's no way he could follow up on his Cataclysm so he could actually do that insane combo. So instead, it was just a staggered team fight, one by one, going in. And even though they, at some certain points in the fight, looked like they were almost going to win, blue team were just a 5 and they were able to just kite out. Ezreal just using his arcane shift, queuing in from the side. And then, yeah, they were simply able to just win out the fight in a slow, methodical play.
Exactly. I think the Camille trying to kill solo teammates there was looking good at the beginning, but then the red team would have just been getting the rotation towards that Camille and picking her up, and the Guardian's Angel as well. We're still seeing a pretty aggressive build from Camille going in to try to defend off the ward here, but both wards are getting killed.
It was just the horse is less stable. It just seems that Camille was at such a commanding position early game, but as you can see, since then he was 4-1-1, and now he's 4-3-2. He's only picked up 1 assist and just died twice. He's not in a position where he's actually able to be that pillar anymore for his team, and is now we're looking to other laners to be that pillar.
The Leona is getting picked up pretty fast here. The Nautilus had a really good hook here, and the blue team takes the Leona down, but disengages now. The Grace is trying to engage with the Orianna ball on him. Vladimir actually trying to do counter engage, doing so much damage. Grace is going down to the fight. Orianna going down as well, having to ult. Camille will try to defend off her with her ult, but will go down in the process. And Mars takes the lead now. The Maokai is almost getting down, has to flash out. And now Mars just takes the lead. Interesting. They were in such a good position right now, since it was just basically the same. Oh, now the game will be paused. Maybe one player has actually left the game.
Yeah, it seems that the support is disconnected. Actually, states in chat. So Haim Zedemir must be having some internet issues, which is unfortunate. But yeah, that was. I feel like the sides have flipped or they've changed over. The mistakes that Mars were making before, now Muchachos have been making that exact same mistake. Where
exactly.
They get picked off with one. Is in this exact situation. It's been the supports, so the support gets picked off, and then I think Graves or Mean Machine was trying to get another pick or get a pick off the back of that to try punish it, but they weren't able to get anything quickly. So easily, blue team were able to combine together, attack them, and then just easily win a 4v5 team fight.
Exactly.
That was just suboptimal play.
yeah, exactly. And they, like the Mars did before, the red team now just picked up every kill almost from Muchachos here, and they've just slaughtered them in so fast, since they still got the Vladimir damage. But I think the Vladimir engage was really good as well, hitting 2 or 3 man ultimate there, where the Orianna has to Zonias to avoid the damage. That was pretty insane damage, and you can see it from the build here. He has picked up the Rabadons as well, so he just does so much damage to so many players with his AoE.
And that's exactly what I was talking about with that all-in damage build. If you're able to get that pick off and actually just go in, that Vladimir does a lot of damage inherently as a champion, and with that build, it obviously supplements that. So if you are able to just do a lot of damage and your team are able to follow up and finish off those kills, it can mean so much. And you saw that exact example here.
Exactly. And I think before, when Mars taken the fights without his Vladimir, you could just see that they just lack the damage, and where Jin is just not doing enough AoE damage, and Vladimir can just roll all over the team of Muchachos.
Yeah, so it seems that fortunately Haim Zedem has been able to sort out his internet issues and we're back in game. And the Maokai has actually been able to pick up his form now. So he's got that anti-healing fully online and able to dissuade the auto attacks with Camille. So he might be able to survive a little bit better against the Camille in these 1v1 fights.
Exactly. And I think it will be pretty hard for Jin to take that Maokai down as well, since he will just do a lot of damage to himself, not having any lifesteal at the moment in his build. But you can see in Jin's build as well, he does have a lot of damage if he hits the right target. So you could have seen in the fight that people are getting two-shotted by him. And that's just the insane power of Jin. Maokai is getting picked up here easily. 5 members of Mars are here to pick him up for free.
I don't care how tanky you are, Minokami.
Exactly.
You should not be walking to the jungle by yourself. And again, another hook, another pick off into the mid lane.
Oh, the Javan having a good cataclysm here. Camille trying to kill the Graves and he goes down. Oriana having a good chunk of damage left. Oh, the Shin shots are getting fired, taking down Leona and Oriana in the process. The Ezreal, oh, Ezreal missing that plant shot, letting himself get kicked into the team of Mars, picking up an easy kill. The Jin can pick up that easy kill. That was just sad right there.
And yeah, that was just a good follow-up
Oh,
by Mars here.
yeah.
It was a really simple pick-off. Minokami should not be walking to the jungle at 30 minutes into the game by yourself. That's just not good team play. You need to be with your team. You need to all be together, and you need to be trying to fight for that vision. And you can see they were easily punished for that here. And Dragon also comes up, and this could have been the soul of Muchachos, but unfortunately, they're gonna have to give that up.
No, they have only 2.
No,
They
no,
don't
for
have-
Muchachos. Muchachos could have soul.
Oh, you mean if they have gotten alt break? Or what do you mean?
If Muchachos had won the fight, they could have easily come and taken this Drake, and they would have easily been on soul right now.
Oh,
Wow.
that's how you mean. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
Okay,
yeah. This is
Both
such a
teams-
back and forth game.
exactly. I think both teams have had good moments, and now it's pretty even actually. Only 3,000 gold difference between the teams. Pretty interesting. The blue team Mars are actually picking up a free kill here. Free turret. Trying to push for that mid lane inhibitor turret. Oh, Maokai is getting hooked and CC'd, but the Nautilus goes down pretty fast as well.
And
The fight escalated and Oriana has a good ult but doesn't do enough damage anymore. Has to Zonias and everyone from the red team, from Muchachos, gets picked up. Maokai almost doesn't survive. Vladimir has enough damage to just kill him. The Jhin Guardian Angel will be destroyed, and Vladimir going down as well, trying to get the Grace kill. Now they're throwing a bit again. The Camille has going in as well, and the Guardian Angel will be popped.
Yeah, some unnecessary over-aggression from Mars here. But yeah, that was a pretty textbook team fight from their position. They were simply able to engage hard onto one of them, and with the supportive mobility of the Camille and the J4, yeah, they were easily able to pick up some kills there.
Exactly, and I think the red team, the Muchachos, just thought they were tanky enough. Especially the Maokai was tanky enough to just take like 4 people like he did in the last game, but he just exploded right here. You can see the damage from Jhin with that last Whisper actually shredding through the armor of Maokai.
I'm not sure how Muchachos are going to be able to come back from this.
Exactly. I think now that the Muchachos have an open inhib, Ezreal trying to take the fight with Jhin, and both AD carries kill each other.
One mystic shot. All you need to do was hit one mystic shot and it would have been over. But unfortunately, Slipknot was able to just style on Mukushi. Sorry. And it was a 1-for-1 trade on the bot lane. But I don't think that works out better for Mars, as they're simply able to just walk into the base and start to take more towers.
Exactly. Since Muchachos also don't have any damage on the top lane, the red team Mars are just gonna threaten the base with the damage of Camille, and Vladimir still being there to use. All ultimates are still up.
See, I think there's going to be about one more fight in here, and this next fight is going to be the real dictator, and I think it's going to happen around Drake. Oh, here comes the catch out on Camille. Oh, they missed the E onto, but here comes the flash, and Camille is able to just easily E out and then just walk away. So that was a lot of commitment from Muchachos here. They used the Maokai flash and they used the Leona ultimate, but weren't actually able to get that pick. But there we go, another engage. I don't know why these teams love to just walk into the jungle without the support of the actual team, and Vladimir unnecessarily just blows his flash.
Yeah,
but here we go, another cheese into the bush, and Leona support by himself again, getting caught out.
Nice Q from Nautilus actually, and Javan having to EQ there as well, so they pick up an easy kill. Maokai is actually being picked up as well. Camille has to ulti, and the Jhin just deals so much damage towards that Maokai that he goes down pretty fast.
Yeah, there's literally nothing you can do there. As soon as Leona was... Oh, and there's the soul. As soon as Leona was there, and the rest of the team wasn't, it was over. The fight was lost from there. It was simply as easy pickings, and then into a 4v5. There's nothing that the enemy team could do.
Oh, now I know why I didn't get that with the soul before. I don't have the soul actually seeing here. I have wrong ones, so on my screen, the blue team only has 2 dragons picked up, so that's kind of a wrong visual display of Riot here, trying to troll us. Trying to troll me, I would say.
It's just the free Baron for Mars here. I think this is what some would say GG. So what it looks like.
Yeah. Also, the team of Muchachos has realized how far they are behind with that open inhib. Don't even trying to contest that Baron. They just give it up for free and now try to hold the last remainders of the base.
So I know before I said the last fight was going to be the last fight. I think this next fight is the actual last fight. And Mars are in such a commanding position. Oh, here we see Muchachos trying to get a pick. They commit the Maokai ultimate, but then there's an easy follow up from blue team. Oh, the Grace gets caught out, and then Leona tries to go into the backline, but there's nothing to do. Vladimir used the ulti onto Oriana. Oh, there goes AoE. I think he hit 3-man onto the Mars here, but I don't think they're able to come out. Cataclysm is used. He's got Guardian Angel, and then on
They're
the
so
backline,
low.
Maokai is getting wrecked. Unfortunately, Jin is able to use his ultimate, but he's not actually able to get a pick here. But it doesn't matter because Oriana's been run down by the Vladimir and the J4, easy pickings, and then Camille's actually in the top lane, already pushing with that Baron. I think this is GG. I think this is game over. And that is a 1-1 to both Mars and Muchachos.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good game from both teams, where both teams have seen mistakes from the enemy and capitalized on it. And now the Nexus is being picked up from Mars, which will lead us into a one-to-one.
There's just a lot of back and forth.
Yes.
A lot of back and forth in that game. A lot of mistakes from both teams. But I mean, I guess that's bound to happen. This is just League of Legends after all. And then yeah, both teams just capitalizing off the back of that. And fortunately for them, Mars were able to take the victory here. With that Jin ending the game 17-4-8. That was pretty commanding victory for Mars here.
Yeah, exactly. And if you see the damage charts, you can see that Jin has done a lot of damage, but the Vladimir as well. So both their carries just were pretty much damage focused, where the team of Muchachos has the Oriana with a bit more utility, just not doing enough damage to kill the team of Mars.
Yeah, again, I think just the team fights in general were just very sloppy. I could say from both sides, but in the end, from Muchachos, it just wasn't enough. Again, the constant staggering was just, I think it put them into position of they weren't able to have any late game 5v5s, and it was always a 4v5 from Muchachos. And I think ultimately that was their downfall. They did play well. They played well to bring it back in the mid game and be able to contest Mars, even though they were 2 Drakes down and top side was completely losing. But ultimately, if you don't sustain that performance, you're just going to lose the game overall. But here we go. We've got a 1v1.
Exactly. And it's still some gameplay going on in the stream. But you can just see that both teams are still really, really focused right here and not letting anything give up free to the enemy. They're both really focused, and you can see that it's something just on the line, since they both misstep, they both do little mistakes, and you can just see how much both teams just take into this game.
What do you think? First of all, who would you say performed the best in that game?
Player-wise or team-wise?
Player-wise.
Actually, I think the Jin did a really good job of always getting that free auto attacks in and running away again. And you can see that Maokai is getting like half HP before the fight even. But I think also Oriana did a really good job, since she just had so many opportunities where she baited the enemy team in her, using that Zonias and her team, the Muchachos, almost killing the enemy team. So I think nobody really shines, and both teams just did a really good job in that game.
I can definitely see that. I would not commend, sorry, but I would say the same words if it was the question was posed to me as well. So yeah, it was definitely just an interesting game. I'm interested to see how the teams are going to switch it up for the next one.
Exactly. What do you think about the Maokai being picked up again?
I'm not a massive fan of the Maokai, just because it is a passive pick. I think it can do a lot, but it's it can basically provide, because of the way that you can clearly see that Mean Machine likes to play these more aggressive junglers. He likes to be in a damage jungler. You need a tanky. Well, yeah, you pretty much need a tanky top laner, so that you can be that front line. So and you can support. Also, you can follow up with that Leona with his own CC. So even though I'm not a massive fan of it, because it doesn't enable Minokami to be able to outplay in the top lane as well as he would potentially on a different pick, but he just has to be on tank duty because the team needs it. And again, it was a solid pick for the team, but the execution wasn't fully there, not because of Maokai specifically, but just the team play wasn't there.
Exactly. And I think also in the last fight around the Dragon Pit, you could see just Leona being alone completely on herself, trying to get into the backline there. But it just wasn't, the team just was too spread, and they were around an area, but they were not together. So they just got picked up there.
Yeah, I do want to just cheekily add in. I think that Vladimir did really well. He went full in with his guns, went full damage pretty much. Well, for the first two items, went full damage and hedged his bets and played really well to bring it back from, I believe it was 1-2, 1-3 to go to 8-5, 16. Just because, yeah, he was confident in his ability to play Vladimir and his ability to actually get strong or to get more kills and just pump in that damage in these team fights. So just really, really well played from him.
Exactly. And I think at the moment where Grace has gotten the Camille a kill, they just should have tried to focus on that, and the Muchachos actually trying to focus on a different lane, since with the Maokai and the what was it? The jungler of Muchachos? The Graves, you just don't have the damage as Camille and Jarvan does. So maybe if Grace would have gotten bot lane and tried to do something there, it would have been better. But we will see how it will play out in the next game.
Yeah. I think we should probably take a break, get some water and all the rest of it, and then
Exactly.
see what happens with these in the next games. Oh, best of 5 is great.
Yeah, I think both games were really pumped up and really good play from both sides, and also enjoyable play. All right. Then we're going into a break, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I guess I'll see you guys in 5 minutes or 10, whichever one it is.
welcome back to game number 3. We will see the pick and ban phase soon. The boosted Muchachos and Mars have tied out 1-1 now. And we will see how the next game goes. So, what do you think they will maybe speak in the short break now? What do you think the coaches will say to them?
Coaches, I'm not gonna lie. The coaches are gonna be whoever's the loudest out of each team. It's just gonna be flaming the rest of them. But
All right. That's one way.
But in regards to what they're probably gonna be thinking, it's gonna be hard. So even though Mars won last game, I don't think they're going to be fully happy with their performance. I can clearly see that the top lane is probably looking more like their carry enabler or their player that can play the best. Either the top laner or the ADC. That's clearly where they want to be funneling resources into. So I can only imagine that they're going to try to get their top laner onto a strong pick again, like the Camille. I don't think Camille's the strongest pick, but into something like a Maokai, then it's going to be fairly easy laning for her. But I think they might get the top laner Paranto onto an even stronger pick. Let's say something like that, well, not Darius specifically, but something that can really dominate lane. So then he can just have a stronger, even more presence across the map than he did last game. And I think that's going to be their key to potentially winning. So that may be what they're thinking, or they might take it the opposite way and again try to make sure that Slipknot is the one that is carrying, and they're going to get him into a strong pick. Let's say like not Lucian, but something like a Phelios, or I can't remember what the strong ADC is, but a strong ADC, and then just go through that way and get the bot lane ahead instead.
Well, from ADC standpoint, I think both, not both. I mean, all of the ADCs are pretty strong. It kind of depends a bit more on the matchup and the combination of support and ADC. But as you said, some ADC picks are just a bit more early game, and some are a bit more focused on the mid and late game, like the Jhin pick. And we will have to see how they want to play this out. Maybe they try to go for a bit of an early game comp, or just run the mid game comp like they did in the last game.
Yeah, based on Mars's playstyle, I would definitely commend them to, or invite them to play a more early game focused team comp, just because it seems to supplement their playstyle a little bit more. So something like I don't know, a J4 or Graves in the jungle, and then a Renekton or Darius in top lane. I just get them really snowballing, and then maybe rely on the ADC as a crutch for if they go into the late game and get them onto something like, again, like I said, Aphelios. And then that seems like something that would more lend to their playstyle, so they can easily just get the top laner or the mid laner ahead and then just have that pressure around the map. That would be something I would say they do, but obviously I don't know the players. They know themselves a lot better, so they'll be able to dictate what they really need to do to win these next couple games.
Exactly. And I think also that the Muchachos have now to look at their jungler. Maybe they can pick up something who has a little bit more early presence. Or maybe they pick up like a duelist who can go for the enemy jungle. We will see. But if they even play around these 2 versus 2 fights, or if they just try to go on a different side and take enemies and objectives on that side as well.
I think you can see that Muchachos are like a team that's set in their ways. They're most likely going to be picking something similar to what they've been doing for the past 2 games. I think they most likely are going to rely on comfort. So they're going to have a tank in the top lane. You'll probably see Mean Machine pick up Graves again if they let it through in the ban phase. We're going to have to see. And then off the back of that, yeah, you're going to see a tank in top lane. You're going to see Mean Machine on Graves or some kind of carry pick in the jungle, just because he seems like the one that's I could see from his aggressive play in mid lane when he tried to take revenge for his fallen Leona. You can see that he's probably the main person on the team. And then you're going to see Roxwa Heims Edemir just make picks for around the jungler and maybe the ADC as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. I think they're going to just again fall back to comfort and not really change up, which might be a mistake for especially against the enemy team who can go super aggro. Even though the first game they went aggro and they weren't able to execute it well, the second game they did. So you've got to be scared of it.
Exactly. I think they have a lot of pressure on them right now, both teams. Even though they are tied out, and it maybe even makes this pressure harder since they just will have 3 games to go, and for the team who wins, just 2 wins to pick up. So it's it will be a really interesting game, and also maybe a game changer in the sense of the this team who will win now will just physically make so much pressure that the enemy team makes maybe silly mistakes in the last game, or we will see, I guess.
Yeah. So I guess again, I ask you, who do you think is most likely to edge out in this next game out of the 2 teams?
Um, I think that both teams have a really good chance here. You could see in the last game both teams making mistakes, as well as both teams really playing off of these mistakes. Um, maybe the Muchachos are a little bit behind here, since in the last minutes of the last game they seem to struggle a bit and don't position as well anymore, or like it has even gotten worse. But we just have to see how, especially the jungler, both teams make the pressure now. That will be a key to this matchup, I think, or to this match. What do you think?
I personally have more confidence in Mars right now. I believe they're going to take that momentum from last game, even though, like I said before, there were a couple of mistakes. I think they're the more aggressive team. And I personally think that the more aggressive team is going to be able to just punish the enemies with any little mistakes that they make. And like I said, Mars are the more aggressive team, so they're going to be able to just push down hard, get all the first towers in the game, start to pressure that dragon way more aggressively and just better. And off the back of that, it'll just snowball. And that snowball effect that is fame in League of Legends is just going to take place. And yeah, I think they're just going to edge out and win the game after that. But again, I could be wrong, obviously, but I doubt that.
Yeah, you're definitely right on some points. I see that. We will have to see how Mars can still make the pressure in this game,
Like I said,
and especially in the last game where they had just a weaker early game team. They just made so much pressure that the enemy team just couldn't rely on that early game. So we're in the ban phase now. Fiora and Kalista getting banned again, like in the last 2 games. Jin is actually getting banned out from Muchachos here. Doesn't want to have that Jin in the game again. Trundle will be taken out. And the Jarvan as well from Muchachos, taking that away from Mars to pick it up again. And Muchachos picks up the Graves for the jungle. Oh, but Mars picks up the Camille again. So 2 similar picks like in the last game, where Mars has now picked up, instead of the Jarvan, which is banned, has taken the Zac. Muchachos are picking up Urgot and Syndra, probably for the top lane and the support role. So only the mid lane and ADC are left for Muchachos.
yeah, this is definitely interesting. That Fiora ban, I've seen it quite consistently. I'm assuming, anyways, that Peranto is clearly like a Fiora main, and they just definitely don't want him on that pick. But there's other similar picks. You've got the Camille again. I'm not sure why you would let that through when you know he's most likely going to be confident in that. But I guess they're not super afraid of it, as last game he didn't perform as well as he potentially could have.
Yeah, I think what actually was also a fact to that they banned the Jarvan. So just the early game combo of two really heavy CCs in that top lane. If the J4 ganks, it's just really heavy, and they maybe thought that they will just deal with the Camille. Maybe Urgot is a better pick against Camille. We will see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's just one of the biggest fears, and I can see why they did it. Sorry, is that you have J4 and that Cataclysm, you cannot get out of it unless you have movement abilities. And if the Vladimir has flash up and he's able to flash ultimate onto you, you are dead. And you saw exact example of that last game. So I can see why both the Vladimir and the Jarvan were banned. Maybe only one could have been banned, but they were fearful, so they banned both. And once again, we see the Grays being picked up. He seems fairly comfortable with that pick. It hasn't been performing super well over these past couple games, but he's on it once again. And I know that Urgot and that Minokami, I think that's a comfort pick for him. So we're going to see how that plays into the Camille this game.
Yeah. And also you can see that the Leona is picked up for Mars this time. Actually, it was on the enemy team on Muchachos' side last game. So we will see how that plays out. And also, all picks are pretty AD focused. But the Syra in the mid lane, we will see how much damage she can do. Or if she won't be a really part of that.
I'm not a massive fan of the bot lane combo from Mars here. I feel like they banned out the Morgana as a fourth pick when I feel like that potentially they could have easily picked up as over the Zerf. And that would be an infinitely stronger combo than Caitlyn Leona. Whereas Caitlyn Morgana could be a much stronger combo, I feel. But maybe Sylvia doesn't actually know how to play Morgana confidently, so that's why they didn't pick her up. But yeah, definitely an interesting pick in the bot lane.
So 2 minutes until the game starts here, until we're in the map, I would say.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team compositions. Who do you actually think is in a stronger position? As you can see, Muchachos don't actually have a proper tank top laner. Yes, Urgot does build tanky, but he doesn't have that innate abilities outside of his E, which provides the shield. He doesn't have that innate tankiness like other champions do, such as Maokai.
Exactly. And we will have to see how it plays out, since last game the Maokai was actually pretty taken down really fast. So we will see how the Urgot plays out now, and also how he plays it. If he goes in as aggressive as before, or if he just tries to defend his carry, for example.
Yeah, it seems that Muchachos are changing up the formula here. Instead of that generic 5v5 team fight, tank top laner, DPS in the jungle, DPS in mid, DPS in ADC, and then tank support, they've gone for more. They still supplements that to a certain degree, but it's now there's more damage come for the top lane, and there's more pick potential, especially with the Ashe ultimate. I think it's called Frost Arrow, and the Tom Kench ultimate. You can easily see that blue team are going to be able to make some fast rotations, especially around Drake, especially around Baron, and just jungle picks in general. So I think that's what they're going for with this team composition, but we're going to have to see how it truly executes.
Exactly. I think with the Cyber Bind and the Ashe ult especially, they can just go for these little picks where they have a good vision of the enemy team and can just pick single members out and win the game through this. what do you think we should have a special look in this game? Is it the jungle or the bot lane or again the top lane?
I truly believe once again it's going to be well, last game was the mid lane that was going to be the real focus. But I believe this game, I think it's going to be top lane. Whichever one edges out. So it could go two ways, really. It could either be the top lane is a complete stalemate and neither champion really does anything to each other. And they just kind of scale up to a certain degree, which I think Camille wins that if they do scale up. Or it'll be a complete blowout and the junglers are just going to put all the focus into top lane, and whichever one wins, that's going to be who really dictates the rotations around the map. And especially with getting picks off, if you see the Ashe ultimate into follow up from the team and then into an Urgot ultimate, that person is 1000% dead.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with that much pressure on just one teammate, if they can play it out the right way and get these single picks, they are in really much favor. So it will be a really interesting game since Muchachos have taken a different idea of the game and trying to change their comp a bit. Maybe they will be more confident with that comp, but we will have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the starts here. If they're just gonna go, I don't think Zach is the most confident person or jungler at just soloing his route. So I think he is most likely going to start on bot side here. But we're just gonna see. I know Graze is most likely just gonna start top side again because he probably wants that bot lane gank early.
You're probably right. I would say the same, and especially with Zach also having good ganks before level 6, but doesn't have the damage. Maybe we will see a full clear from Zach, but I could imagine he just goes for free camps and maybe tries to get an early gank off with a level 3 gank, maybe on the bot lane, but we will have to see. Zach actually moves up to the top lane to his red, and Camille follows there, so he actually takes a different spot than we thought.
Not a massive fan of camp here, as he did BM Urgot and tried to cue him while he was just trying to dance. So I'm a little bit disappointed by that. No real sportsmanship there, but hey, I guess he's truly trying to win this game.
Yeah, exactly. And also the Camille has actually said something to this in the chat. Was pretty disappointed. Not the Camille. I mean the Urgot, and was pretty disappointed there. We saw some early aggression from bot lane. Wow, the Tahm Kench is actually taken really low, trying to fight off again.
And this is just a constant. We've seen this every game. Just the aggressiveness that is coming from the Mars bot lane here. Slipknot is just always on that aggressive takes, but it seems that they've been even trading.
Oh, they're going in for the level 2 kill here. Actually, Ashe burning her exhaust on Caitlyn, getting ignited, getting pretty low. Both bot laners off. Muchachos going low. Ashe dies to the Leona E and gets killed by Caitlyn, and the Tahm Kench gets easily picked up from Caitlyn, giving 2 free kills for the Mars bot lane.
I've said it before and I'll say it again.
It's looking rough already.
The Mars bot lane is so aggressive, and even now, I didn't think the ADC pick was great for that playstyle because Leona wants to play all in, whereas Caitlyn wants to play more poke orientated. But regardless, it works here. As soon as Leona went in, just the follow-up damage was insane, and plus the fact that you can see the difference. I'm not sure if this was a mistake, but Haim Zedemir went cleanse instead of exhaust or ignite, and Sylvia Leona went ignite instead. Now I know that cleanse can cleanse ignite, so maybe that was the play they were going for, but why would I cleanse the Tahm Kench when I can just why would I ignite the Tahm Kench when I could just ignite the Ashe? Simple as, and then easy kill.
I think the Tahm Kench planned a bit into the future, where in the mid game he could fight off the ignite with that cleanse. Since if he gets ignited while he was taking low, he can just re-heal the shield, and maybe they tried to go with ignite so that shield just doesn't get this high.
See, now that's how what we just saw. That's how every trade should be happening. Every trade should be as soon as the owner goes in, Tom Kench simply eats the Ashe, and then Ashe is straight back out into a safe position, and they just follow up damage. That's how it should be going. But it seems that Sylvia has just been executed a little bit better, and that's how they're able to get that early double kill. But we'll see how this lane truly plays out, because I think it is Muchacho favored, but we'll see how the execution really dictates that.
Yeah, also on the first blood, you could see that the Mars bot lane just does such a good manage with their XP bars, getting in with the point they hit level 2 and getting their 2 free kills. So that was pretty good play on the Mars bot lane, that they just looked at their XP pools and see when the minions are going down to get them level 2.
Seems that both junglers have done a full clear here. No one's really had any pressure on the map at all yet, which is a little bit surprising. Here's a quick engage. Yeah, there's not really much that is going to happen in the top lane. It's just going to be fairly even trades. It's going to be whichever jungler comes up top lane first. That's what's going to dictate whoever wins top lane.
We can see Graves actually counter jungling the Zac here, trying to take his Bromp, but is fought off from the Zac, and the Zac just jumps away into safetyness, and now the Mars bot lane is trying to follow up.
Yeah, it was a good play by Graves. Oh, the level 6 from Paranti. Then he tries to flash. Unfortunately, he's also got no mana, and he's just able to simply auto attack him down. I'm not sure if he can tower dive. He's gonna go for it. It's a flash Q, but
almost
unable to actually get the kill.
Yeah.
I think overall that is worth. Actually, no, they both flash, so it's just an even trade. Although at the same time, I think as soon as Minokami is able to get back into lane with that TP, he's gonna be able to just use his ultimate and potentially win a fight.
Yeah, exactly, and I think also maybe the Camille has a bit more minions here, and if she goes back, which she does now, she will have a little bit of more gold to spend into damage, picking up the diamond. And now we see the bot lane having no mana actually, trying to fight off the red team here.
Yeah, it seems that blue team has started the Dragon. Dragon's doing a lot of damage but not able to kill. Grace is being focused down, and then he's managing flash range. He's been ignited but he's not dead, and you see Zac has gone into passive. This is going to be a close fight, but red team are literally about to follow up. You see the Camille down and she's not used TP. So she's able to easily fall down. She hasn't got ultimate to actually finish off any further kills, but exhaust has been burnt by... Oh, I didn't realize, but Makushi, has actually gone exhaust, so there's no heal in the bot lane for blue team here.
Exactly, they don't have any heal there. And also what you could see in that fight, what Mars did really well last game as well, they used the teleport advantage from Camille to get into the dragon fight with an advantage and just sweep over the Muchachos. It's just a really good coordination from Mars here.
Yeah, I do feel like that was poor coordination from
Muchachos.
The Muchachos here, because that could have, that Urgot has used his TP to come back into lane, and that Camille hasn't. So why would you begin the dragon, and when you know that they've got TP advantage, it just doesn't make sense unless you were sneaking it. But clearly, as soon as they found out that you guys were doing it, you just needed to back off.
Exactly, and I think it was a good try from Graves to get a sneaky dragon here. And now you see a little bit of poke in the mid lane. Sarah's actually taken Sarah pretty low, trying to ult, and the Leona will gets Caitlyn the time to get her Q into her, and Zyra dies for a kill for the blue team. Mars
no.
just doing such a good job in doing these rotations here, like in the last game.
Yeah, once again, they seem to be the more aggressive team, even though they haven't got as an aggressive jungler this game. They're just able to execute those rotations a lot better than Muchachos are, and this has awarded them a free Drake Inferno as well.
And I think that the bot lane can just roam into the mid lane here is just such a good rotations. They see the fights before they happen. The Xerath actually waited in the bush to get the Zyra low, and then the bot lane just comes and just finishes the job. It's really good rotations and also really good coordination from the members of. Oh, Caitlyn gets ulted and gets almost taken down, has to heal, and gets taken down by Ashe.
Yeah, it was really textbook play. Punish the team. You know that they haven't got anything, haven't got much up, and they're just in a poor position.
Yeah.
Considering that you've got ultimates, and you just they had the kill pressure up. You need to respect it. They didn't. You get punished for it. Simple
Exactly. I think that Mars just didn't pay enough respect to that Ashe ulti, which she can just engage at any moment. And Caitlyn, even having flash, didn't even flash the ultimate, so it's just just not enough respect for that Ashe ulti. And Muchachos take up the free Herald in the top lane. Camilla's actually getting pretty beaten down. Ashe is just a free kill here. She's alone in the lane, getting CC chained from Leona and Caitlyn. That's just overstaying.
Yeah. Both teams disrespecting each other's engaged potential, and
Exactly.
Leona, the Ashe was just there by herself. Leona able to engage from such a long distance. Yeah, you were dead, and you shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, you shouldn't push without your Tahm Kench, who can just eat all the CC away. That's just not how you play this lane. And Leona is just such a threat in this game, as well with Caitlyn, who can lay these traps under the enemy when they are CC'd. It's really deadly if you get a target.
Yeah, just poor coordination by the bot lane together, because Tahm Kench, they should have either pushed together or just frozen together, but they did neither, and like you saw, they got punished for it.
Exactly. And you can see, interesting enough, that the mid lane from Mars has taken a good lead in minions, actually 16 minions over the enemy. And the bot lane being pretty even here, but Kate just has these 2 kills more than Ashe, and also going a different route. And the bot lane is trying to... Muchachos are trying to get Mars low, but didn't quite had enough damage there.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. They were able to force the flash out of Sylvia, but it seems like they're going to pressure this tower.
Yeah.
But Zac is actually able to counter gank and is available to stop any further aggression.
Exactly.
So so far this game has been super interesting. There's an engagement in the top lane. Urgot is actually aggressing hard. Hextech ultimate has been used, but so has Urgot's ultimate, and he was able to get such a free kill there. Yeah, again, in top lane, you need to know who has the ability to aggress and who doesn't, and if you don't respect it, you're going to get punished for it. And that was a free kill onto the Urgot. Really nice play.
Yeah. And you can see in the top lane, not only from kills, but from the tower damage, that Urgot is just making so much pressure here. It was a really good pick to not go for that Maokai. And since now the Urgot can just make pressure on his own and really take on the Camille, which he didn't get to manage with Maokai in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I was saying this last game that I feel Minokami on a distant champion that can have more agency to actually control and dictate his lane. It's just enabling him to actually contest his enemy laner a lot better, and Peranto's struggling a little bit to deal with Minokami's play. This is definitely some a stark difference to last game where where Clancy and the rest were just able to actually just dominate the early game, whereas here Muchachos are actually able to contest them a little bit more.
Yeah.
And using that Rift Herald just to get quite a lot of turret plane
Yeah.
onto the Graves here. So he's got a nice couple of extra Gs on his person.
What I really like about the gameplay from Muchachos, even though they got beaten down in the last game a bit, they didn't step down on the aggression. They even got more aggressive with their pick and with their pickups, and it's working out right now. It's really working out.
Definitely strayed away from that more passive playstyle into something a little bit more aggressive with more ability to engage.
Especially. And you also see on the Graves, he has a lot of farm. He's a lot of farm ahead over the Zac, so he also has just more money to spend on damage. So just the mid game and these and leading to those mid game fights, the Muchachos will have so much more damage right now.
I'm actually fairly scared because in saying that, even though theoretically Muchachos should have more damage, that Infinity Edge on Caitlyn is definitely going to be a massive threat. And yeah, just to Muchachos, especially with Ashe not having finished her Blade of the King yet. And even then, Infinity Edge just simply does more flat out damage. So team fights may be in Mars's favor here, but again, we're gonna have to see if Muchachos can get that pick off first.
Yeah, I think it really depends if Muchachos can get the Urgot and the Grace damage into the enemy team. Yeah. And what's actually interesting to see that Zyra, the mid laner, goes for kind of more utility-based build again, like in the last game with the Orianna. And we will see how that plays out, since Zyra's just known to do so much damage if she is a bit fat. But she's... Oh, the top lane is actually trying to dive here. Urgot missing his ult, but still Camille is just a free kill to take. And they will clean the minions and just take that top lane tower and also the 3 turret first gold, the first turret gold.
Yeah, just very commanding play in the top side. And I did say it would be very interesting to see what happens in top lane, because that's really going to dictate how the team fights are going to go, because Urgot is going to be so far ahead, so strong, that he's going to be such a, I guess, presence in these team fights. So yeah, I'm very excited to see how the next Drake fight is going to go.
Exactly, and I'm also excited to see how the Muchachos will play that out, if they try to get the Urgot into a solo lane, trying to split push, or if they want to 5v5 fight here.
Yeah, and either way, the Camille just cannot contest. She's just too far behind. She cannot 1v1 the Urgot right now. And that's just insane. Amazing pressure.
But you also have to consider that the team of Mars actually picked up 2 dragons. So if they pick up the 3rd and 4th, they will maybe come back here. But we will just have to see how Muchachos are trying to play this next fight, and how they want to defend this dragon, since they are actually in the lead now. And we're 70 minutes in, and also you can see that it's only 1.5k gold difference between the teams, so it's really even right now.
I think the Ashe is just trying to farm up as much as possible, trying to get to that next stage of power, finish off that Blade of the Ruin King, head into that Ruin's Hurricane, because she just needs to get into position of strength right now so she can actually be useful to the team. If we look across the board, we'll just see an advantage in top lane. Even though Graves hasn't done a massive amount, he's done a lot more in regards to making sure that he's strong and just making sure that he's got his top lane in a commanding position. Hextech ultimatum used in the top lane. Urgot contesting though. See, this is just it. Even in a 1v2 situation, Urgot is so strong. Ashe is getting engaged on here. She's been eaten by Tom Kench. Fortunately, she's not been able to die. Both TPs coming out into the bot lane. Leona trying to run away. Caitlyn not even used, but it's been blocked by Zyra. Kimmo going in. She doesn't have the ultimatum now. She misses her E. She flashes onto the Zyra and Qs. Oh, and then this is Urgot ulti has been used onto Camille. onto the Caitlyn, but she's not actually able to die. Oh, she's actually able to die
she
quick
will
enough.
die.
There's the
Yes.
fear onto the Xerath. Oh, Graves
Graves
diving
like
onto Leona,
diving,
able to get the
easy
kill,
dive.
and then just simply chase down onto the Xerath, and Graves is able to easily clean up that kill just by dashing in, queuing up. Oh, Xerath almost gets on the kill onto Haim Zedemir, but unfortunately, no dice, and that was an incredibly hectic team fight.
Exactly. I think what you see on that fight, that the team of Muchachos just has so much more damage right now. So if they get a single pick on anyone, he's dead really fast. And where Mars is just lacking of damage right now. It was a pretty messy fight, though.
I think the double TP, which might add, happened at almost the exact same second. Both top laners instantly TPing down into that bot lane at the same time, and then it just again we saw Urgot was just in a stronger position, so it didn't matter who TP'd. Hectic ultimatum had already been used by the top lane in the previous gank, which was wasted, might add. So blue team were able to use Urgot's ultimate, get that massive fear off onto Xerath, and they were just able to simply steamroll that fight.
So, what do you think? Who's in favor right now?
Whew. After that fight, you can tell. Well, I mean, you can clearly see it by the scores. Even though it is only 9-8 overall, and the team is actually still fairly even, I think Muchachos are ahead. Urgot is in such a strong position, and with that ultimate providing so much value, this next Drake fight, so long as Urgot is there, is going to be in Muchachos' favor.
Exactly. I think right now, we're seeing the Herald being used from Muchachos. They're just gonna make pressure here, and there are 5 people in the bot lane. They know the enemy team can't defend, and the Camilla's top lane as well. The Camille just doesn't push as fast as 4 people do with the Herald. And the first tower going down for free with the Herald attack. Now we will see if Mars actually gets to fight off the Herald, or Muchachos actually leave. It's pretty. That was an even fight. The Herald was used from Muchachos, but Camille has gotten a free turret in the top lane as well. So we're pretty even with that one. The Ashe, really nice Ashe ult, picking up the Xerath and getting him killed, getting eaten by Tahm Kench, and he's dead. That was just the power of Ashe ult.
And now they're easily able to rotate into that mid lane and just push down that tower. But here's an engage from Zac. He's able to queue into a minion. Oh, Grace gets eaten, but it's cheekily Makushi in the side, just taking that turret down while everyone, they were actually focusing onto the rest of his team. That was really well played.
That was really well played. They tried to fight off the Graves, and Ashe just takes the tower while the last minion is dying. That was just really good gameplay.
A lot of objectives being funneled into the blue team there. They were able to get both the mid lane tower and the bot lane tower, and also Drake as well. Just a major swing in this game.
Yeah, what I really like right now is that Muchachos, even though they are a bit ahead, they don't make risky plays. Like they wait for the numbers advantage. If they're outnumbered, they just go back. You can see the Urgot in the top lane just letting the Camille push for free, since there are 3 people of her team around, and that just really it shows how confident they are still in that third game here.
And this is just textbook League of Legends. You just want to rotate around the map, get the objectives wherever you can. Oh, and here's a sneak Baron. This is really, really cheeky. But she's got the Blade of King plus Ruinance. This can easily be done.
Yeah. Nobody comes to even ward.
Masters don't know.
They don't know. No. The Muchachos have just pushed out
there's the
every
ward,
lane.
There's the ward, but it's too late. It's too late.
Yeah. Muchachos have pushed out the lane and just rotated really quick. There was a good gameplay from Muchachos just taking that Baron for free.
I have to give them a cheeky clap there, because that was really good gameplay. Because now, off the back of you get in the mid lane tower, you get in the bot lane tower, you get in the Drake. You've now got a Baron. You can easily push with this, especially with such a strong Urgot. If they try to contest you, they will die to the Astra ultimate. They will die to the Urgot ultimate. This is really good play, and hopefully they can actually really push with this Baron that they were able to get.
Exactly. I think with that Urgot in the top lane, having that Baron buff, just nobody can really contest him. You can see now the bot lane moving up to the top lane, 3 versus 2, trying to pick up the Urgot. Zac joining as well. Flashes are getting burned, and the Urgot goes down, giving a really large shutdown to the Camille.
Yeah, that was, as much as I was commending them before, that was poor. That was definitely poor. You shouldn't be there by yourself. As much as you are fed, oh, here comes the engage, and then Zac ultimate onto Graves. Graves gets shut down by the Caitlyn, and then
Astra
easily
just
E
slowed
onto
down.
the Tom Kench. Astra and the kite, but unfortunately the slows just aren't enough, and Camille was able to easily finish that kill off. As much as that was such a good play to get the Baron, you completely throw it away by not being in the position to fight as a team. And
Exactly.
really nice by Mars to be able to just punish them for their lack of ability to actually rotate properly. Oh, this is the easy E onto the Zyra. Leona misses, but it doesn't matter.
That damage.
Easy solo kill. Easy solo kill.
And Camille just has so much damage, even though she's a bit behind. But she's taken kills now. I think the Camille was like 3-3, and now she just has picked up 2 easy kills here. And now look at her items; she gets so much damage right now.
Yeah, they're just. These games are so back and forth. Now, oh, there's a DC.
Yeah, I think was again the DC
come out. Yeah, here's the
from the jungler from Mars. We're gonna pause here.
Seems that Germany's having a lot of internet connection issues.
Oh man, don't talk about it.
But yeah, this is good. That was a major swing. As much as Muchachos were in such a commanding position, it all vanished in an instant off of the fact that Urgot was in a poor position by himself, and unfortunately, he is as strong as you are. You cannot 1v5,
Yes.
and now they were able to basically get a team ace, and they're in a nice commanding setup for this next Drake. And you got to remember that Mars have 2 Drakes right now, and even though and this is actually for Ocean, so this is going to be really key for them to get.
Exactly, and I think what the Muchachos did wrong, that they pushed the mid lane and then just let it go through, so the bot lane from Mars can actually rotate top there and start the fight, and then just the rest of the team of Mars just collapsed on the enemy and killed them. And I think that the Muchachos should just make more pressure in the mid lane. So even if they kill the top lane, the Urgot, their inhibitor will be taken down. They should have made more pressure instead of trying to defend that Urgot with that Graves, and then they just get outnumbered.
Yeah, you can definitely say there were multiple ways that they could have executed that, but they didn't choose any of the correct ones, which threw away their lead. And as much as I was commending them for their such good play, it's now all down the drain.
Exactly, and I think with that Zac having that really long range engagement, you can just not take even fights, because the Zac is so fast at your place, trying to CC you when you don't even see him, and you're outnumbered so fast if you don't know where the Zac is.
So now I'm thinking, what are the next steps? You've unfortunately thrown away your lead a little bit. The dragon's about to come up. Do you contest it? Do you leave it? What's the actual decision here?
I think they will try to get some wards down here. Maybe see if the enemy team contests it. But since the Urgot is in the top lane and Ashe is coming right back from base, the team of Mars actually having more people there, they will probably just give it up. But we will have to see how that plays out. Maybe they will try to stall it, let the Urgot push, so someone of the team of Mars has has to get top lane, so the Urgot just doesn't. So the Urgot just doesn't push through, because with his items, he has a lot of pushing power right now.
I can see it. I can definitely see it. But off the back of that fight, Camille, now in such a strong position, she's been able to finish the 24th, she's been able to finish that Ravenous Hider. Now also building towards the Death Stance, so she's going to be really strong at this point. And actually might be in a position to actually start contesting the Urgot, and that Camille scaling is going to start coming through.
Exactly.
And
And not only the Camille, also the Caitlyn. She has picked her Stormrazor and the Seal. She will do so much damage with that crits, with the 75% crit chance. She will just murder the ones who doesn't have armor.
okay, and here's the TP from Zyra. Oh, Graves getting caught onto a trap. Oh, and then the engage from Zyra, but Zyra ultimate coming out. Okay, there goes Tahm Kench. He's able to come out from Urgot and able to easily melt down the Leona. And there's a double kill from the blue team here. Urgot still in a very strong position. And now it is a 4v3. Graves gets Hexed ultimated on. Caitlyn's able to come through, but he doesn't actually die yet. Zera's using his ultimate to try to get the pick off onto Graves. Graves has to flash. And the last tick of Zera's ultimate doesn't come down. It seems that they're going to try to address this dragon, but I think that Muchachos have it.
Yeah, you can see that Caitlyn and Sarah trying to stay there and actually getting beaten off by, or like defended off from that Zyra, who will just zone them enough to Muchachos taking the 3 dragon. And I think what you see is the backline of Muchachos. When Tahm Kench is just in the front line, tanking so much damage, and Camille trying to engage into that backline, that Urgot with the Black Cleaver and the Ashe together just melted her. You can't just jump into the backline of Muchachos. They have too much damage with the Braves, with that Urgot and that Ashe. And you see here, Leona's picked up and will be slowed forever, actually be eaten by Tahm Kench, and the kill will be gifted to the AD carry from Muchacho. There was again a bit of poor positioning.
Pick off the pick. This is just the story of this game.
They're just walking alone.
And this happened the game before as well. And here we are again. It was really good for Muchachos to actually get that second Drake. Really nice flash there to get away from that Ashe ultimate. That could have been devastating.
But what I like from Mars, even though they have gotten the Leona taken down or killed, the Camille takes advantage of the enemy team being in the top lane river, taking that bot lane tower to make things even.
The classic split push playstyle. You can tell that this person's been playing a lot of solo queue.
Yeah, doesn't play Tryndamere though, or Jax.
It's actually a really interesting pickup from the Zera phase. He's actually gone for the Magi Soul Stealer. I'm not a massive fan of that.
Me neither.
That's incredibly disrespectful. But maybe he's super confident in this. Here comes the engage from Leona. Ultimate's gone down, but he was easily able to get eaten. Zac goes in with his E, and the ultimate has now been committed. Camille is able to get a W off, but no full damage actually able to go down, and no one actually dies from that engage. The tower's still there in mid. Yeah, what can you do? You can't tell dive. So,
yeah, that was actually pretty interesting engage, since both teams kind of thrown their cooldowns at each other, but nothing really happened. So Urgot is getting picked up in the bot lane.
This is super interesting, but is he able to actually get a pick off while he's there? He does have Guardian's Angel. So there's a lot of here. And then, as you can see, the blue team, I'm not sure if you can see on the actual screen, but blue team are actually committing to the Baron. And there's 3 people down in bot lane. The Baron is going down super quickly, and they do not, the red team just don't have a smite. And they're able to go over the wall, go into engage, and then Graves easily to Eon. He gets trapped up, but he gets trapped up again, and Caitlyn is able to survive. Really nice trap placement. But that was something.
Yeah, what you also just saw is the power of Graves here in the mid game. You didn't see it in the last 2 games since he was a bit down and he didn't have the gold. But now he's actually fat and he just deals so much damage and doesn't die with the death dance and the Black Cleaver as well. Doesn't give him healing, but just the armor reduction let him do so much damage.
Yeah, and with the lack of anti-heal that was there at that specific time, because Caitlyn unfortunately wasn't there, they just weren't able to burst him down quick enough. So I was, even though yes, it wasn't the best play that could have been made, Muchachos made the best of a negative situation and were easily able to get that Baron, which means that's the second one of the game.
Exactly.
So this is going to be, this is the second Baron, and I believe second Baron is stronger than the first, essentially. So they should be able to do more of this one than they did last time.
Exactly, and you can see both teams are trying to get the vision away, trying to pick up the remaining jungle camps to get together and fight again. You can see the Urgot is trying to push a bit in the bot lane, as well as Zyra in the top lane from Muchachos. They're trying a 1-3-1 composition kind of, and now they're just pushing in the mid lane, and Mars isn't in the position. The team from Muchachos are taking the inhibitor tower down, probably taking that inhib as well, and Mars just can't do anything since they're out of position. A good engage from Zac, having that 3-man W, going for that ult, but nothing really happens. Zyra trying to disengage with that ult, and Camille goes in, going for Grace, trying to kill her. In the meanwhile, Ashe is dying, but Urgot is doing so much damage, has just picked up the AD carry from Mars as well, and that was a pretty even fight. Both teams lost 2 players, but that was just interesting since both teams could have just won this team fight, but in the end, the Urgot damage just is a safety pad for the team of Muchachos.
Definitely an interesting fight. Overall, that could have gone either way, but I believe if Muchachos are able to easily pick up this this dragon, then overall they won the team fight. And there it is.
Yeah, the healing on that Tahm Kench and the Urgot will just it will just be so much healing right now. And you can see in the team of Mars, only Caitlyn has picked up healing reduction. So, oh no, I'm sorry. Also, the Seraph has picked up the Morellonomicon, giving him healing reduction for the enemy team, which just has 3 Ocean Drakes.
Like you said, maybe Mars should be committing more, such as the Camille picking up a Executioner's Calling as well, or maybe the Zac picking up the Bramble Vest, just to make sure that the Urgot just isn't able to just free lifesteal off the enemies, because he's such a commanding presence. He's 10-2. He's dominating this game.
Yeah, I think with that shield of Urgot and the healing from Conqueror, he's just such a big threat right now.
But that fight could have easily gone either way last game.
Oh, the top lane, Urgot is trying to fight Camille, but Camille is just with her tower taking him down. It's just that was just a good play from Camille, locking Urgot with her ult in that tower. That was really well played from Mars.
Yeah, I think that was just it was also just a misplay by him. He needed to get out of turret range quickly and not be attacking Camille, but as soon as he attacked Camille even a little bit, Hextech Automaton comes down and she's just able to finish him off alongside with a tower. So yeah, that was really good play.
Exactly. I also think that Urgot should have just taken down the turret. It was pretty low and he could have just taken it without even damaging Camille. Didn't know what the thought was behind that. But you can see on both sides, the top laners are pretty ahead, but the Urgot just doing so much more damage with that just that AoE damage that Camille doesn't have. where Camille just has her.
Oh, and here's a cheeky play. Oh, he's been seen. He's been spotted out. He's able to dash the E. And then here he goes. He goes, engages onto the Camille. There comes the Ashe ultimate coming down. E is not going to come up for another 2 seconds. That stun was so long. There's the E, but she's not able to actually get anywhere with it. And Grace is easily able to shut down that Camille with the assistance of his team. And that's the pick. That's the pick that you needed because Baron's about to come up in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Another misplay where one person simply gets caught out and then the team's able to follow up.
She could have been saved. She could have been just get over the wall. And the problem that was, even if she picks up the Graves, her team is nowhere near to follow up. So in the end, she will just be taken out. And now it's even worse since she's just died for nothing.
And here, okay, it looks like it's going to be 50-50 potentially. Here comes the Zac with the E. He cancels the E. So that is a very free Drake for Muchachos there. And this is their third one of the game, 35 minutes in. Third Drake, I believe this is now at its max potential. Oh, sorry, max.
No problem.
Third Baron, I believe this is now at its max potential. So this is going to be a major push, especially with the mid lane inhibitor already down for the red team.
Exactly, and it will be interesting what Muchachos will get off of that. If they try to get into a 1-3-1 split push again, or if they try to go 4-man top lane and the Urgot in the bot lane. As it seems, the Urgot is in the top lane, but the bot lane is building up a big wave as well, where the Muchachos are trying to rotate into the bot lane.
Urgot almost getting caught out there, but fortunately he was able to back off quick enough.
Yeah, luckily he didn't try to fight there. It was a good point to just back off there, and thinking that Camille would only engage if they have numbers advantage.
There goes the Ashe ultimate down again.
Oh, the Ashe ult is just such a pressure. The single target damage pickup with that Ashe ulti, it's just so strong, and they do it every time. They're playing it so well right now.
And this puts Muchachos in such a strong position because Urgot's just coming in on the top lane, split pushing. And now with a lot of your wave clear gone in that Xerath, blue team are just going to be able to push down. But here we go, they flash engage onto the Urgot. He's now 1v4 at this point, but no one's actually close enough to actually follow up on the engage. Blue team are able to get the soul, but then there's the engage. It is now 1v4. Can he do it? He does have GA. Can he get a pick? There goes the GA. It's been popped. The Caitlyn trap was straight underneath him. The E follow up, and he's down. But here we go. We've got the push from bot lane with 4 teams now all have to back with unempowered recalls.
Exactly. And I think what the Urgot actually does, staying at the turret, was really good, since the Muchachos can just pick up a free inhibitor here, and that will make so much pressure with the remaining timing on that Baron buff. Ashe almost dying from the flash shot from Caitlyn, but actually surviving. And I like the rotations from Muchachos, instantly going for that bot lane inhibitor when they see that the enemy team is going top lane. That's good rotations.
And I believe they still have around... Oh, actually, no, they won't have Baron for much longer here. But there's an open... They've now managed to they've been able to actually get the inhibitor on bot lane. And now there's still an exposed inhibitor mid lane, so that can easily be picked up at any time. It's going to be really tough for the red team to be able to come back here.
Yeah, and the Xerath only now picking up the death cap with his mages, which is pretty useless right now. I fully can't see the stacks right now, but if he just had his Rabadons, like the death cap like 2 minutes earlier, it would have been better for that last fight.
There's an engagement in the top lane, but it was a beautiful play to TP out into the safety of your base. Beautiful play by Peranta there, but unfortunately now he no longer has TP for the next fight. So yes, saves his life, stops his the blue team from pushing, but what will it cost them? We'll see in the future.
And I think that the rotations are looking so good from Muchachos right now.
Yeah, just taking that pressure, taking that lead, and then now pushing it forward. Ooh, Leona almost engages onto the Urgot there.
I don't think what they're trying to 5 vs 5 right now. I think since Mars has Xerath, they can just push off these minions, and Muchachos don't have a real engage right now.
Well, Zeref doing a lot of poke damage, but then you do have to remember they do have Soul, and here it goes. The fight engages at E engage. Caitlyn, Camille uses the ultimate onto Ash. Haste the ultimate gun, but Ash is able to easily pull her down. Urgot does die, and Zac has been put into passive, but Camille does have GA. It looks like this is a losing fight for the blue team, but then Grace is able to still do a lot of damage. E to the backline for Zac, but not able to actually finish off anyone. Ash does an amazing amount of damage. Follow up, the W's, the slows, and then she's able to keep auto-attacking, and there goes the red team.
Almost
And
having
then
a Penta here for Ash.
That's it.
And
That's the game.
The team of Mars already know that is a game which is over. Xerath already getting out of the game, as well as the Caitlyn, and they know they have lost this game.
And that's it. A
What you
beautiful.
see in this fight was just the power of that Ocean Soul. They were engaged really heavy and lost a lot of health, but in the end, Muchachos could just heal up again. And look at the end screen. The team of Muchachos are all full life again.
You're right. The healing was immense from
Yeah,
blue team.
it's insane.
I mean, it's not even just Soul. It was the combination of Soul, Death Stance on the teams, and everything else, and the lifesteal that was just inherent with the Ash as well. Like I think there was a major mistake by blue team, especially even the Camille, the Zac, maybe less so the Leona, for them to just not pick up any anti-healing as well. As soon as they got Soul, you need to respect it. You need to respect the fact that their team is just going to be doing a lot of inherent healing.
Exactly.
And I feel like that was just disrespectful. I think that's a word that sums up a lot of this game. Just a lot of disrespect coming out from Mars here, to not see that Muchachos were in such a strong and commanding position. Like, I'm sorry, but the Magi Soul Stealer pick, why would you do that? I know it's not that much gold, but it's still something that could have been an extra needlessly large watch, or just something more utility focused instead
That's
of
just, that's
instead of
just
disrespect.
1.3k of gold that you have to buy before you get your death cap. And you could have seen in the last fight, the Xerath was actually doing a good amount of damage, but it's just too late. And I really don't know about the Majors pickup, if they really thought they will get the Xerath fed again. But in the end, the Xerath was just 2-2, I think, and it's just not enough damage you have there.
But yeah, it was just a really good fight, really good rotations, really good picks, and I like everything that Muchachos did this game. They picked up the Ash, and it was so powerful. Even though the Ash throughout most of the game was just not, especially her KDA did not signify that she was in a strong position. But the amount of work that the Frozen Arrow, I believe it's called, Enchanted Crystal Arrow was doing was just insane. The amount of picks that it got, the flashes that it was getting, it was enabling the blue team to just get whatever pick they wanted, get red team out of position, and just push down a tower, push down the lane, get down an objective. And I think that was really a really good change from the blue team here, Muchachos, to be able to enable them this victory.
Exactly. And we're seeing a switch in the team of Mars, actually having to switch their jungler out since he must go now. We will see how that plays out. But also, we talked about it before the game even starts in the pick and ban phase, that the Ashe and the Zyra together just have such a good single target pickup, and they really, really took advantage of that. As soon as the Caitlyn was alone or the Xerath, he would get ulted and get killed every time. And that's just such a good power, and also such a good play from the bot lane of Muchachos.
So I guess it comes into the question: who do you think of the winning team played the best? Who do you think played? Carried their team to victory?
Well, I think that everyone did a really good job. they both teams didn't make that much mistakes. Especially the positioning was a bit better from both teams, but in the end, especially that Ash from Muchachos was just so good with her ultimate, firing it through the whole river, hitting that Urgot. That was just really good gameplay. But also the Graves, who can finally capitalize on the Graves pick, getting that power spike in the mid game. He was just doing so much damage. What do you think?
I think overall, I would definitely give it to Minokami on that Urgot. It was just such a commanding presence in from the top lane. He finally got him off those really passive top tank picks and going on to something with that he can actually do something where he can mechanically outplay and just do a lot of work. And then you saw that this game, and he was able to just be such a like god in the top lane that they had to deal with him. Otherwise, they were just going to lose across the map. So I definitely think that the early game plays from Minokami and just being able to be so strong in the top lane, I would definitely give it to him.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's a
carried
good
the team.
point. That's a good point. Also, what I liked from Minokami, he just could solo his opponent, and also like he didn't try to pressure or no, he didn't try to get some pressure away. He just pressured always, always threatened to dive the Camille, and there was just such a good gameplay. So the enemy jungler, the Zac, just has to be there for the Camille, just even to protect her, and that's when the bot lane from Muchachos can just roll over the opponents. I really like the coordination from Muchachos this game.
Yeah,
Like we mentioned in the last game, having some positioning and rotation problems, they fixed that and they won mostly the game mostly off of their rotations. That's just good League of Legends.
yeah, it was a really good switch up from them and able to recognize that, make the necessary adjustments, and that also execute it as well. Because that could have gone completely differently if they weren't able to execute it well. So that really good play from judges there, and which
Yeah.
enables them to be 2-1 into this play now. So they've only got one more game to win, and if that,
So,
then they become
yeah.
champions.
How do you think it will play out? Do we go into a fifth match, or do Muchachos will just sweep through to the victory?
I feel with the momentum, if they keep playing like they did last game, I would give it to Muchachos in winning this next game. And if they win the next game, then they win the whole thing. But we saw some adjustments from Mars in the second game, so we could easily see adjustments once more. It seems to be that it will be Muchachos take the victory, Mars to make an adjustment, and then they win. Muchachos make an adjustment, they get the victory, and I feel like we might see the same again, where they're gonna off the back of that react and be able to see what happens.
Exactly. I think the same, and we also said that in the last game, in the second game, that Mars was just so much better in team fights. So Muchachos just thought for themselves, what can we do against it, and just go with a different route of playing League and going for that split pushing, the single target engagement. Also, what I like, they had really good wards in the enemy jungle, knowing where the deck was, knowing where the people are moving through, and then just with that dash can pick up easy kills.
Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna see more of that this game. I think once Muchachos get into that rhythm, that mode, I think they're just gonna carry on, keep that momentum going, and then yeah, just gonna try to execute the exact same in this next game.
Yeah, and I talked about it in the early game. I really like the approach of Muchachos after that second game, not letting the aggression down, even stepping a foot up, getting more aggression, getting that Urgot in the top lane, and just that the rotations were so aggressive, and it just really was a risk but it really rewarded them in the end.
Yeah, they just executed it super well, and I just commend them all in all for it.
Exactly.
It's gonna be cool. I think they're gonna start heading into the pro draft, so we're most likely gonna take a break here. Again, grab some water. Everyone should grab their drinks and get ready for the next game.
All right. See you soon. instant leave. Don't want to play with this team.
Imagine that was a mistake of some kind.
Yeah. Maybe they even did a wrong ban. I don't know. We will see if the Fiora comes out again.
I'll be back in
So-
1 minute. So you please handle the draft.
All right, sure. We're seeing the first ban with Kalista again, just being a pretty good ADC right now. Not only ADC as well as top laner. So the Fiora being banned here again, as always, as in the previous games. Actually, a Kayn ban. Didn't see that one in a long. And Graves being banned from Mars here to against the Muchachos Graves, which had pretty much really good impact last game. Mars is going with the same jungler, going with that stack. It's interesting that Mars actually let the Urgot get through again, since he had such a good performance last game. Muchachos just pick it up. It's a free Urgot. It's probably a free top lane again. We will see how it plays out. And the Mars bot lane going for Caitlyn again. Didn't have the best performance last game, but we have to see how it plays out in this game. The 7th ban is going out for Camille. Doesn't want to have that anymore. Interesting, since Muchachos just beat that Camille in the top lane last game, that they're banning it now. Swain gets banned as well as Trundle. Trundle being banned in the last 3 games as well. And we're going to see our last picks before we go into this 4th game here in the final.
Yeah, this has so far been an interesting draft. The Grays ban finally comes out.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for this for a couple of games now.
Oh, the
Oh.
Vladimir again. Oh,
Why would they let it through? That just
Yeah.
seems to make no sense.
yeah, exactly. And I think, like, why would you ban Kane if Vladimir isn't banned? But okay. I mean, he's a strong champion since he has gotten buffed. But especially in the team game, he isn't the best character. Having a lot of heal up as Red Kane, that's the point. But still, it's pretty interesting kind of ban, since you just let the Vladimir go through for free.
Yeah, this is going to be. I'm intrigued to see how Muchachos are able to deal with that Vladimir, because I think it's such a, especially in the elo that we're at currently. We're not in Masters or anything. Vladimir can be such a devastating pick into your team because of his AoE damage.
Exactly. And I also like how the Muchachos bot lane going for that MF and the Morgana is just really, really offensive early game bot lane. And if they manage to take that lead early, it will be pretty hard in the mid game, since that MF has just so much AoE damage.
But they've actually picked up on another. Oh, this is actually super interesting. It looks like Clancy for Mars is no longer the jungler, and they've drafted in another player called Hendrickson. I assume this must be their sub. So this is interesting. So they've actually changed the junglers, and don't feel that the last jungler was performing well enough, especially for the finals and for the
No,
potential.
he actually left. He said that he can't play anymore. So the jungler from Mars actually left and couldn't play the 4th and 5th game here. He
That's
actually said
unfortunate.
that. Yeah.
That's super unfortunate. Okay, so
But
they've
what's
had to.
interesting that they pick up the stack here as well. So they maybe I don't know which champions both of these jungler play, but the team just wants this long range engage, which had pretty much a really good success in the 2nd game, and we will see how it plays out.
Yeah, it should be a beautiful combination with the Vladimir again. Again, having a engage AoE tank supported or followed up by a Vladimir is just bound to be an insane combo. So
Yeah.
this could be incredibly devastating for Muchachos to let this pick through again.
Yeah. But what I like to see is from the Muchachos team, they picked up a team comp heavier comp again with that Javan and that Rumble and an MF ult, which just can decide a team fight on its own. That will be pretty interesting if they want to go for that split push with the Urgot or if they want to try to take the enemy team 5-on-5.
Yeah, yeah. Who do you think's overall got the better team composition?
I kind of like the team from Muchachos, especially the bot lane. Don't know if you played solo queue recently, but Misfortune is just super strong right now in the early game and in the mid game, doing so much damage. And if Jarvan will take the lead for that bot lane, the MF will just sweep through the enemy team. And that they really have to care about that since the bot lane from Mars with that Caitlyn Nautilus and the Zac in the jungle just don't have enough damage early game.
I can see that. I can see that. I would go the opposite, and actually, I do feel like Mars have actually got the better overall team composition here. They've got a solid tank in the Zac. They've got a supportive tank with Nautilus, and then I just think inherently Echo is a very strong pick right now. So for him to go through is insane. And
Yeah,
then the Vladimir pick as well. And then Caitlyn's just always a solid ADC. So I feel like their three damage dealers are three very strong picks that are most likely going to enable them into the mid game. Well, what
yeah,
I've actually just realized is that is Echo top lane.
yeah.
And
It's Echo top lane.
I'm actually not sure how that's going to go against.
Oh god.
Oh, wait. No. I think never mind. Because we know Paranto is the top laner, it's actually going to be Vladimir top lane and
Oh, they
Campertastic
both have TP. You're right.
in mid.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, and now I'm more of a fan of that. Where we've got a Paranto on a Vladimir pick, and then we've got Campo on Echo. So yeah, I still stand by what I said. Two very strong picks coming out here, and they should be able to do a lot of work.
yeah. Yeah, I also think that Echo is in a pretty good spot right now. He has a lot of damage with his abilities and then still has his ultimate, which can heal him up full and do damage as well. You see the beginning of the game, a lot of pings going out from the team of Muchachos heading for that bot lane tri brush. They're instantly going for that. With that Morgana bind, they have a lot of early game damage and CC. We will see how it plays out.
This is a very interesting and risky play. It might net them a kill, especially with the Morgana, but we're
Yeah.
just gonna have to see. Oh, okay, looks like a face check
Oh
might
no.
happen.
Oh, that's
Okay,
bad.
they're waiting for the flash. Oh, he tried to flash to the
Oh,
wall, but it was not effective, and
oh man.
nothing needed to be burnt by Muchachos here. That was a free easy kill and just poor defensive positioning by
Yeah.
Mars.
Yeah, what I didn't like that actually the bot lane from Mars was in that brush, but when they left, they didn't place a ward in it. They maybe should have just stayed in that bush, even if they have to flash out. Now it's a free kill and a flash, and
Yeah,
that's just so bad for the bot lane of Mars, where the jungler of Muchachos, the Jarvan, can just easily gank the spot lane now, and with the help of Morgana, they will just take that Nautilus down again and again.
yeah, that's very. I would say that's very poor play. Because yeah, it's now going to mean that Nautilus just can't play as aggressive as he wants to in this lane.
Yeah, and you can also see that once the bot lane is killed, the Jarvan is going for that red buff in the top lane, so he can path down towards the bot lane and maybe get a free kill there again. We will see how that plays out.
Oh yeah, it's most likely going to happen. And Zac is almost forced to start a bot side here just because of his early killing not being the greatest in the world.
Yeah. Also, what's interesting, it's a pretty interesting mid lane matchup with Rumble and Echo. You probably didn't see that matchup a lot of times, I would say. Um, but you can see just the early game from Rumble. He can push that Echo in and get a lot of damage on him.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Morgana has hit her binding, and the Javan is there for the cleanup, and he will wait with his EQ for the flash. Flashes after the Caitlyn, and the Caitlyn dies as well as the Nautilus here. Again, now Muchachos just take that level 2 advantage within the second they get it and just sweep through the bot lane of Mars.
I feel
That
like
was,
that's
yeah,
I feel like that's textbook play. Jarvan simply did what any jungler should do. He started his red, went to his walls, got his blue buff, instant ganked into bot lane. And I feel like Mars should have been ready for that. Mars should have been ready
exactly.
for that and not pushed as much as they were because
Yeah,
it was with the Nautilus flash down, it was a free kill. And now it's a free double kill because Jarvan traded the Caitlyn flash with his flash.
exactly. And I also think that the Mars bot lane should just take more attention towards the level 2 power spike of Muchachos there. Even without the Javan, the play that Muchachos made was pretty good. The Javan comes into the mid lane. The Echo almost getting killed, but can survive the EQ or can dodge the EQ and surviving that gank from Javan. But Zac has to go there as well, and it's just so much time that Zac loses here, having to clear minions again.
Yeah, it was really good defensive gank by the Zac, but yeah, he's definitely in a behind position. This Mean Machine is doing really well with this shot J4 pick to have just a lot of early pressure.
Exactly. And he really plays it out. He really does good play on it, being in the right position when he's needed to. And like we saw in the mid lane, the Echo wasn't even pushed up that far, but that shows how much presence or how much dominance a Javan can lay out in that early game.
And top lane is pretty much just going to be stalemate until one of the junglers comes up top lane to sway it to the other side.
Yeah, and I like the gameplay of the bot lanes, of both bot lanes. The Muchacho bot lane, even though they are 3 kills ahead, they don't try anything risky. They don't they don't try to engage unnecessarily when the Nautilus still has his Q up. Oh, they misstepped there. I
Nothing comes of it.
complimented them, and then they do a mistake there. The Morgana being a bit too far out, getting hooked by the Q of Nautilus, but it doesn't do anything besides the bot lane of Mars getting a free back here.
Yeah, super interesting. There's really nothing they could do. That top
Wow.
lane is just going to be pretty much a stalemate as they're both. Normally, Vladimir has such a presence because he's into a melee matchup, but because Urgot is ranged, Urgot has a little bit of freedom there and able to actually farm a little bit better than most people do.
Yeah,
Jarvan,
exactly.
Jarvan trying to go for a cheeky gank in the middle, but not really going to do anything. Just steal a couple of EXP points.
Morgana trying to devote that dragon here. Probably both teams are looking for an early dragon. They both got good bot lanes to kill it.
Oh, nice binding by the Zedimir here.
3 damage from Morgana, yes.
This is the one thing I've noticed from Mars over these past couple games that they love to take tower shots. Seems to be their signature ability.
It's very effective.
Oh, looking like there's a gang. Oh, there's a flash binding. Oh, there was
That
beautiful. It actually
binding.
connects. And then the EQ, the misses, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get it slowed down. And then, oh, okay, there's a flash comes out from Nautilus. That is actually finally back up. But really good gank by Mean Machine here. And it looks like they might be able to take this dragon, even though the Scott Crab has been taken and they definitely know. Yeah, it
Yeah,
looks like they're starting
exactly.
it. Pink ward
The
down.
mid lane from Mars is down as well. Is still in base, and Muchachos just take the time to get that free dragon here. The team of Mars, they don't even contest. They know that they won't even take it. They probably could have gone for a steal, but in the end, you're just dying.
Oh, interesting ultimate by Makushi here, but nothing comes of it. That might be a crucial CD, so we're gonna have to see in the next couple of minutes if Mars are able, the Mars bot lane are actually able to punish that. I'm actually really interested by the pick from Roxwell here with the Rumble, or his engagement into mid. Okay, just a quick trading. But yeah, I'm really interested by this pick because Rumble mid, you don't really see it often. Sometimes it comes up as a pick, you know, in solo queue, but yeah, you don't really see it played that often, especially not in higher elo.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit of trade-offs here, where the Rumble did easily win in the early game, but now he's just getting out-traded from that Echo.
I feel like maybe if I'm trying to get into the mindset of the player, maybe he's picked Rumble because it does seem to do pretty much exactly what Echo is doing. It's just push out the lane. And that's exactly what Echo wants to do. He just wants to constantly push out the lane and then roam to a different lane, but he's not able to because Rumble is doing it as well as he can.
Yeah, that's probably a good point. Morgana's trying a little gank here in the mid lane,
Oh, there's
missing a
dodge.
binding.
And
But
they're not
still, in the end, the Echo has to flash here.
Oh,
Yes,
Catacomb been used. Oh, a misplay with the stopwatch.
oh no,
That's
that was
unfortunate,
a
but
bad one.
oh, there's the ultimate committed by Roxwell, and it's really low. Well, then here's the rotation from bot lane. Oh, then ultimate's being used by Vladimir onto Morgana. Morgana's taking a lot of damage. She is down, but then it's still an engagement down mid. Urka's also following down. Caitlyn ultimate been used onto Rumble. Okay, there's a Q for the dredge line. EQ out from Jarvan, but here comes the Urka now trying to engage by himself. He's used his E. Is he able to get an ultimate off? He does get it off, and he's actually able to snipe that kill. That was beautiful. Oh, but unfortunate. Okay, Vladimir's taking a towel. Here comes another dredge line. The actual that does die to the Rumble, and okay, Vladimir almost dies to the E from Rumble, but actually not enough. That was, I don't even know, was that a 2 for 2 in the mid lane? That was such a long, drawn out fight.
Yeah, the fight was so long that the people who died already respawned. I also think it was a 2 versus 2. But you can see now that the Vladimir is getting a lot of gold right now. Getting his this time his core items, which you normally see with that Hextash, not Gunblade, but the other Hextash being almost picked up, having the components for it.
Yeah, that's going to be a major pickup for him. But I think right now he's just rushing all the CDR he can because
Yeah.
Vladimir, you want to reach that key 40% just so you can spam your abilities and just be a massive presence.
Yeah, and you can see in the bot lane as well that the lead of the bot lane of Muchachos are just just from minions, and you can see that that they can just take the Mars bot lane away from that minions, and like we mentioned, all the games that Mars, especially the bot lane, has such a good aggressive moves. They can't contest anything right now since they're so behind in farm.
Oh, again, here goes an engage. Okay, Vladimir W's been used. He is able to speed out, but his W's been used, so he has to engage here, but it doesn't matter because his catechisms kept him trapped in, and that's a free kill for Muchachos there.
Meanwhile, the bot lane is trying to take that tower, while Urgot has rotated down from the top lane, defending the top bot lane turret. Meanwhile, the team of Muchachos are picking up the free Herald. Zach probably knows about this Herald, but he knows that he can't contest it since there are 4 people actually from Muchachos around. He goes into his jungle and tries to defend off the top lane tower.
I would say this is really good objective control by Muchachos here. You know that the Drake's been taken. It's not going to be up for a couple of minutes, or at least 1 minute now. So you just rotate your bot lane up to the next objective, which is Rift Herald. Take that. Oh, here comes the dredge line. Oh, easy ultimate and dead.
That was just a really fast kill.
That was just really unfortunate. But then Rift Herald does get used top lane. I'm not sure if this was the best Rift, but they do get the turret lane from it. And now Dragon is up, so we're going to see if the red team actually does rotate around it.
The bot lane from Mars is actually hammering away the tower platings of that bot lane turret, getting themselves some gold here as well.
Okay, it looks like
again, it's pretty even right now. 2 gold in difference, but especially the distribution of that gold is, I think, a lot of in favor of Muchachos. Mars picks up the free dragon.
okay.
So, who do you
So
think played it better right now?
Yeah, it was an interesting rotation from Muchachos. I like the fact that they rotated to try and get the rift. I do feel that they could have saved it and maybe reset and quickly went over to the Drake to try secure that Drake for themselves. But you know, they live with that decision and opted to go for the plating instead, that immediate value of that gold in their pockets. So overall, obviously, as you can see, Muchachos are 2k gold ahead. Their scoreline is 3-7. I think they're on quite a convincing position.
So you now see the bot lane, the rumble from Muchachos is getting picked up, it's getting caught, and the CC from Zac and Caitlyn together just seal the deal.
This might be a
Jarvan is
wasted
coming in
TP.
as well as both TPs, but the bot lane or the team of Muchachos just doesn't have the numbers here. The team of Mars just roll over them, almost killing everyone. The Morgana's going down. Only MF is alive. She will probably go down as well, killing that Vladimir, but going down in the process. There was a bad rotation from the team of Muchachos since they were outnumbered and they could have gotten something elsewhere, but instead they decided to get the Jarvan into the bot lane, get the TP in. That was, I don't know, that was kind of a misplay.
It was definitely interesting. A lot of misplays from both teams there, but definitely Muchachos lost out. That could have gone either way. Even though the Muchachos had lost an early team member, they did have enough fighting power to be able to turn that around. But I think a key mistake is the MF using the ultimate accidentally, I can only assume, and hitting absolutely no one. Whereas if a Cataclysm had come out from J4, which it did, and MF follow up with her ultimate, that could have been a massive combo, but it didn't work out how I think they envisioned it. So yeah, easy clean up for the blue team here.
Yeah, exactly. And what was really interesting since the Wumble was pushing bot lane and the bot lane from Muchachos actually going top lane to that Urgot to maybe take down the first turret and get that free first turret gold. But in the end, they decided against it and rather went down to defend that bot lane turret. I
Oh,
think it would be
Minokami in
maybe
a
better
difficult
if they got
position
top
here.
lane.
Okay, there's a TP has been committed, but there goes. He uses the flash. Dredge Lines actually is able to connect. He almost does to the Vladimir ultimate, and there it goes. But they are able to get a 1-for-1 onto, and then Caitlyn ultimate comes down, but it's not really going to do too much damage. Oh, the Vladimir. Oh, he's able to actually get his ultimate off, but it doesn't really matter. Rumble's just going to be able to farm now. Oh, and then 4-man follow up onto the Vladimir. I'm not sure he can escape. He doesn't have W. He's going to try and get a kill onto the Wax Wall, but I don't think it's going to come to anything. And they're now just going to be able to push down top lane. I think they're going to get this title for free. Hectic. I think this game is hectic, and that's the word that's going to summarize that.
Yep. And it's really chaotic right now. Both teams having getting pickups and getting picked up. Not even being out of position, just the rotations are better, and everyone does little mistakes here. And it's still, even though Mars is having good fights, they're still behind 700 gold, but that's just nothing at that stage of the game.
Yeah,
They're really even.
Yeah, they've really reduced that gap just with these team fights that they've been had. And I feel like maybe Muchachos are fighting unnecessarily and maybe committing too many resources into, let's say, like the only reason that fight even happened was Mikami was stuck in top lane. He was about to get tired of, but they committed the Rumble TP. They just committed a lot of resources into making sure that if he was going to die, it was going to be a 1-for-1. Not sure if it was fully worth, but hey, they tried it.
Exactly. And also with the help of the tower, that could have been easily a double kill for the team of Muchachos. But in the end, the team of Mars just had
Oh,
more
and here's
ability.
a pick onto the jungler, the Zet, and he's going to go down. His passive has also been popped. That means his passive is going to be absolutely wasted, and that is a free kill for Muchachos. Really nice cheese
And a
to
free
sit in the
dragon.
bush. And it's a free Drake as well, and it's going to
Yeah.
be super key. I would personally say that Mountain Drake is probably the third best Drake. Actually, third or second, I'm not sure. That's not going to be up for personal debate. But yeah, that's going to be a really good soul for them to get. Oh, and here comes the Vladimir also getting caught. The W is coming out from Vladimir. He's going to be able to lifesteal a little bit, but no, it doesn't matter. He's actually going to get rinsed by the Urgot ultimate, and the MF ultimate is huge and actually able to clean out Mars completely, and they actually might consider to go for Rift or to push down mid here.
That was just a really good play from MF, flashing over that wall and MF and ulting backwards. That was just really good, since it not only saved MF's life, which she was a bit out of position, but the Zek goes in, kills the MF pretty fast. Rumble tries to kill the Caitlyn, but gets taken down from Zek as well. 2 shutdowns going down to Zek. It's good good to have gold anyway, but it's poor that the Zek gets the gold right now. Maybe if the Vladimir would have been a bit more fed, that's what they really want. But you have to take those free kills if they are given to you. The team
Makushi,
of Muchachos take down the Rift Herald in the process, so it's again really open right now.
I just don't know what Makushi and Roxor are doing. You won the team fight. You're fairly low as it is. Just go with the team, get the objectives that you need, and don't give out any unnecessary kills. It was just unnecessary for them to be in that position, and they got punished for it. That's just really sloppy play by Muchachos there.
Yeah, exactly. For especially when the Javan can just take that Herald alone, you either go mid with 3 people or just everyone go to that Herald, since there was just 2 free kills for the team of Mars. That's just 3 gold you're giving up. And Echo's going to be chased down here, but Urgot isn't quite in reach. Echo almost dodging that Q from Morgana, but not quite getting it through and getting eaten by that Urgot ultimate. And the Herald will be popped from J4. They will just push down this mid lane right here. And the team of Mars isn't in position. Vladimir is
Ooh,
still
beautiful
top
catch,
lane,
this
and beautiful ulti from J4 getting that Caitlyn low. They can't defend the second tower. Vladimir is coming in 4-man ultimate from him. He's doing a lot of damage right now. The ulti will be popped, but nobody dies. The Zonias has been used. The ulti from Nautilus goes onto MF. She is out of the fight. And now we will see who can clean up. No kills will be taken anymore. That was the good counter engage from the team of Mars.
Yeah, Muchachos. Oh, here we go. Echo trying to engage on. He's able to use his E, able to use his Q, and there was a burster down.
That was close in the end. That was really close in the end.
And now here is Mars with the counter. They're able to push down that mid tower that Muchachos were actually trying to go for themselves. Oh, sorry, they actually were able to get themselves. And now they've equaled up that trade as well as getting a couple of kills.
What's interesting that Muchachos are losing for the same reason they did in the second game, where they just couldn't take on these 5 versus 5 fights and almost always lose it. And you can also see here in the game, if they pick up someone, it's really fast. With the Morgana Q and the J4 engage, you can just pick one person up really fast. but then in the end they struggled to team fight.
Yeah, they started off the fights really well. They were able to get amazing pick onto Echo with the Morgana Dark Binding, but they had pumped so many resources just for zone control and gathering space with the MF ultimate, the Cataclysm, the Rumble ultimate as well, that once they came to fighting afterwards, they didn't have any more resources. So the Vladimir could easily just come in, use his ultimate, and just do so much AoE damage. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, what was also poor that the Vladimir just didn't have a bit more damage, where if the J4 and the Morgana would have been killed a bit earlier, maybe the fight would have been even more devastating for the team of Mars. But it's just like we saw before in the game that Vladimir engage, even he goes in alone and he just rips the enemy team apart.
Yeah, I'm liking the respect from Muchachos here. They finally, well, Urgot's had it from the beginning, but the MF has also picked up an execution calling, and obviously it's core item for Rumble to pick up their own Loma gun. So this is good pickups, hopefully to try and shut down that Vladimir healing.
Exactly.
And here we
And
go, a
now
fight for Dragon.
the Ogre TP goes in. Vladimir is waiting behind the wall and trying to burst the carry of the team of Muchachos, but is dying, and nobody is taken down. Only Vladimir dies. The dragon gets picked up from the team of Muchachos, but now the team of Mars is going for that Baron. It's pretty uncontested right now, and the team of Muchachos have to rotate really fast to even contest this. The pings are going out, but nobody's coming yet.
I think this is a free dragon for them. Although Zach might be able to contest with his E. We're going to see if it happens. Okay, nice binding from the Morgana. And this dragon's going down, and Baron going down really fast. Hitting ultimate comes down. Oh, and there's the E by the Zach, but he's not able to get the pick. And then here comes the ultimate from Zach. Okay, MF ultimate's now finding him out, but she's been zoned out by Echo. And then Nautilus is almost dead. Vladimir is able to join the fight. Zach passive on the floor. MF is being completely zoned out of the fight. Urgot's trying to do the best he can, but he has to flash it over the wall in the end. And oh my gosh, that was just unfortunate for Muchachos. But if you're focusing that Baron, you can't team fight. And as soon as they were engaged on, they lost the fight. Yes, they were able to get the Baron, but at what cost? 3 people go down, and you've only got
what
2
was
people.
bad? The problem was, I think, that in the beginning, when Urgot especially has all his spells, he just deals so much damage towards that Baron. But then they had to fight, and they had to decide if they want to do the Baron or fight, and they just didn't have the damage anymore to do the Baron, and the team just got split up into doing damage to the Baron and the enemy team, and while the Baron is just hammering on their health bars and also on the magic resist of the members of Mars.
It was a really good play by Muchachos anyways, because they needed to trade. They needed to get that objective. But they unfortunately just inherently with their picks, if you don't have Blade of Ruin King, if you don't have a Kaiser, if you don't have some kind of max health damage, you're just not going to burn through that Baron as well as you could have on another champion. Oh, here goes the engage from Jarvan onto the Nautilus. Nautilus ultimate comes out. He's able to trigger his passive. Oh, then here comes the Vladimir key. Oh, Zach ultimate. No, Zach Q, and then Vladimir's still able to come through, but he's not able to get his regen of his ultimate. And yeah, the Rumble just runs through him, and Red Team are actually still able to contest it. Urkel get 1v1 by the Urkel, and Baron is now pushing and wailing down onto the blue team base. Zach is, oh, there was a nice trap from Caitlyn, but she's not able to get a finish of a kill. MF is still really low here. Oh, a nice dredge line onto the Morgana. Q from Zach. But then she's able to flash Morgana's away. Rumble's trying to do as much damage, but he has to flash away as well. He's now in. Another beautiful Q by Nautilus, and they're able to get the pick off. So red team, and the Muchachos not actually able to get a lot off there. They're able to get the tower and a couple of kills, but Mars are actually able to retaliate.
Yeah, there was actually a really good trap from Caitlyn, getting that MF low so she can't fight anymore. I think that was the key point to Muchachos not taking that inhibitor, because otherwise, with that MF still having enough life, could just kill that inhibitor and get off. But now they did it to they needed to back off the inhibitor since they didn't have any damage anymore, but they tried to force it too hard and lose Rumble in the process.
Yeah, it's just these games. Sorry, this game and these team fights are just so back and forth, so back and forth. One team gets an advantage, the other team takes it right back. This is super interesting to watch.
Yeah, and you can see it as well in the gold of both teams only being 2k behind, Mars being 2k behind. It's really, really even, even though Muchachos have just picked up the inhibitor turret. Muchachos going for the wards around around Dragon right now, wanting to pick up the next Dragon as well. We will see how that plays out. Both teams having 2 dragons right now.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a very key point. Both teams have 2 Drakes right now, so whoever gets this next Drake is going to be the team that is on soul point. Ooh, half HP into the Caitlyn ultimate. That is now 3/4 of your HP gone, Morgana. You need to back. You need to back.
And
And
she
now
does
this
exactly
puts
that. Oh,
Mars into a commanding position because with your Morgana really low HP muchachos, they have dragon control. And now they're able to clear up all the vision that Morgana was just able to get.
and the Echo has TP'd down as well. They just want to take that dragon right now, and they do, which is pretty uncontested. And picking up the 3rd dragon for the team of Mars. But the team of Muchachos are actually trying to push through mid. The team of Mars have to rotate fast now. The team of Muchachos are still scattered, but they try to take Tamer down on that inhibitor. Zack tries to jump in, kills nobody, and Zack is bursted down. The MF is in a good position to ulti soon, but Urgot is going down as well. Jarvan tries to revenge kill that Caitlyn, and it's really everybody's really low, and Rumble gets picked up from the Vladimir damage as well. MF goes in and echoes Zonias and gets the free kill on that MF. Jarvan trying to survive, trying to not get killed by Vladimir, but he dies in the end.
I don't understand. Why do we not ban the Vladimir pick? It is so hard to play against. It puts so much pressure onto your team that in these team fights, it is so chaotic because you're trying to get away from the Vladimir, you're trying to split up, but then he's just there with his W survivability, with his Zonias. He's able to disrupt the fight so much. And even then, he caused the Urgot to miss his ultimate with that Zonias, which was such a key play because it means that Urgot can't get his fear off. He can't get that massive AoE, I guess, crowd control. And as you saw, like simple as Muchachos lost the fight, and the ADC was just not able to output enough damage.
Exactly, and you can just see, even though the team of Muchachos have 2 people with healing reduction, the Vladimir healing is just so strong, and he heals every damage, and at the end of the fight, he's always full life again. That just marks how OP he's against his team. The team of Muchachos just doesn't have enough damage to kill that Vladimir.
So yeah, now it's going to be. It seems that Mars seems to be taking the edges of these fights. Also, he seems to be getting the better of these fights. So I think now they're in a commanding position. Oh, flash comes out from Urgot as the Q from Nautilus just came out, and definitely would have get hit for that.
What was also interesting, since the team of Mars were just in a team together, and the Muchachos were scattered. The Morgana came out of base, the Jarvan came out of base. There were 3 people at the inhibitor, and it was a good rotation. It was a good idea, but in the end, the team was just too scattered.
Yeah, and now here we go with Austrian Mars trying that same strategy of chilling in the bush, waiting for the enemy team to walk in unknowingly, and then just easily dredge line into free kill. We're going to see if it's able to pay off. It seems
But
that maybe Muchachos have learned a little bit.
Yeah, but it's I really like that the team of Mars, even though they were behind in the early game, giving up the first blood for free, they have found their way to back in this game, trying to engage on the Morgana. The Morgana has to use her old Anastonias, dying afterwards, and the team of Muchachos is getting scattered. Everyone is getting low. Vladimir is just healing back up, and MF getting almost killed, getting killed from the Echo now, as well as Urgot. There's just a bloodbath right here. And you can see the power of Vladimir with that heal up. He can just go into your team, lay down his AoE, go into his pool, lay down his AoE again, and goes into his Zonias. And it's just so much heal up and so much defensiveness that Muchachos just can't take these fights.
I'm going to sound like a broken record, but ban the Vladimir. Why would
Yeah.
you let it through? I'm not going to say that this is the only reason that they won this fight and the only reason they won this game, but it's just so much pressure that you just shouldn't need to deal with because it's so easy to execute. Flash Flash OT EQ, and then he just pulls away, and there's nothing you can do with that because it makes your team just disorientated because you just have to run away from it.
So the Nexus has been taken down, and the fourth game goes towards the team of Mars. It's a 2-2 now. They have tied up again, and the next game will be really hyped up. What I really like that Mars just didn't let themselves down. They were behind. They were in that in the winning match for Muchachos, but they didn't let the aggression down. They tried to get the picks, and in the end, they won. They turned it around.
Yeah, it was really good play by Mars to not let up. That even though again, like you said, early game they weren't in the best position. The pick of their ADC was doing fairly well. They were just again the team fights and the fights for objectives, and even with the chilling in the bush and waiting for the enemy team to make a mistake, it all worked. It all just worked, and they were able to capitalize off that and have these amazing team fights where they're able to shine with the Vladimir, with Caitlyn, and with the Echo as well. Zach doing so much work with his ultimates.
Exactly, and also in the last team fight, you saw it. The potential of that Vladimir and that Zach to just disrupt the enemy team, to scatter them so they can pick up the kills alone. You can just see the power of this combo and why it's so deadly.
So yeah, this is it. It's 2-2. This is actually going to a fifth game. Mars
Yep.
2, Muchachos 2. I wonder what's really going to come out in this last game, considering this is the very, very last game. And
Exactly.
whatever picks they go with, this is it.
Yeah, but I have to say that both teams did a really, really good job this evening. And really, both teams had their mistakes, but shined in the end. And I really like the plays of both teams. And I'm looking forward for the fifth game.
So who do you think of the winning team actually played the best? Who do you think actually carried their team once again through this game and led them to their victory screen?
Um, I didn't even want to point a team out. I just want to point that Vladimir out, who can just 3 versus 1 buy so much time for his own team to kill the remaining while surviving 3 or 4 people alone and dealing out tons of damage, as we could say. So I think the MVP right now goes to this Vladimir, who just deals a really, really good job right now.
I can see that. I can definitely see it. He definitely played super well this game. I would personally actually give it to the Nautilus. I think without a lot of, even though Nautilus has a very forgiving hitbox in regards to his dredge line, I think a lot of his hooks were so team fight changing that it enabled them to be in a position to fight super well. It enabled them to be just win these fights of 4v5 or just to be able to get these picks off. So even though it wasn't like the major flashy play, I think a lot of the hooks that he made and he set up actually set the team up for victory here. So I'm actually going to give it to Norris.
Exactly. That's also a good pick. The CC he brings to the table, and then with such good hooks in the mid lane, for example, hooking that Morgana out of 2 minions, that makes a game, and that makes a team fight. And but like I said, both teams are doing a really, really good job right now. So we're back in 10 minutes at 21-25. I will look forward to this game. It will be a really pumped up game since both teams are having their back and forth.
Yeah, this is it. This is going to be the key one where whatever decision you make is kind of make or break. You can't make a mistake at this point, especially in regards to the draft. So you need to make sure you pick up whatever is strong, whatever is weak. I think Minakami did decent on the Urgot, so maybe getting back on that. Because even though in this game, early game, he was behind, he was easily able to make it back, and his ultimates were super useful. The Jarvan, he played super well in the early game as well, so that's also obviously a solid pick for them as well. I'm not too sure about the Rumble pick, but it seemed to play all right anyways, because there was just a lot of zoning pressure. But that MF pick, I'm not a fan, even though it's such a strong pick inherently, I know, but the execution of
Yeah,
the play, I don't think it was there, and it didn't help. So I would like to see again just a completely, not completely different, but a couple of picks changed from the
team
Muchachos
of
here.
Muchachos. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the MF, I also have to mention that they didn't really get a good ultimate off once, and it was a lot of team fights where the team of Muchachos just have to go backwards, and if the MF ults in this moment, she would be just dead. And maybe if they would have a bit of a better engage or something, the MF pick would have been a better one. But in that state of the both teams, it was kind of not really performing.
I would agree, but I guess we're just
Yeah,
gonna have to see in the next
exactly,
pick and ban phase. Uh,
exactly.
guess we'll take a break there, and then we'll see. We'll return once that begins.
All right, we're back and soon heading for the fifth game of this series. But before we have the coach and the team leader, no, the coach from the team Mars and the team leader of the Muchachos coming here, and we can speak a bit with them. What are their thoughts about the games, about the previous games, and what will they look for in the game to come? So,
Hello.
who are you?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
You can call me Fabian. I'm not the coach, but I'm the founder of the community
Yeah.
at Incorporated Austrian Mars.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, like no problem. Just to clarify, what I think about the game so far, I think that we had decent drafts. I think that the champion picks were not the issue. I think that in game we had a lot of executional errors, especially from the jungler and the support role. But I don't want to point fingers. I still think that the team lost both games that they lost as a team. And
Mm-hmm.
also due to hard fucking tilt. Oh, sorry, can I say fuck here?
Probably not, but we're gonna go over it anyways. It's fine.
Not gonna say it again.
It's fine.
So yeah, I mean, I'm happy. I can see a world where they just clutched the last game as well. Especially because you have to think that 5 games are very straining on your mental, and we maybe have the advantage that we had more players playing the series.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They're a little fresher in the brain. So those are my immediate thoughts about the series so far.
All right. Yeah, as you said, it didn't really depend on the champions. And in the games, you could have seen a lot of back and forth. What do you think about this? Was it mistakes or was it miscommunication? What was the problem there?
I think it was both.
All right.
I think it was both, especially bot lane. You could see that there was miscommunication happening concerning the engages of our support. Also in mid game, like in fights, it just looked like little fiesta at times. Um, that's just how it is, and that's how I know the team. But what was the second question? There was, yeah, of course, there were executional errors, micro mistakes. There were overconfidence from the players. And also, you didn't mention it, but there was also a big macro mistake in the second game where they were main forced kill on, I think it was Maokai that game, and the enemy got Drake and snowballed from that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there were a lot of mistakes. I'm still proud what they did. Happy with the performance, and I
Hey.
wish them good luck.
I mean, yeah, there's still but that potential, right? It is still 2-2, and they could easily just snowball and stomp through this last game and ultimately win the league. So that would be a really good achievement by them to still do that, even with whatever mistakes they've made in the past 4 games. But how do you think their mental is looking like specifically going into this last game, especially off the back of that victory?
Well, they're motivated for sure. Like I said, 5 games are very straining, and I hope they don't fall into the trap to force too much in the last game.
Mhm.
I think they have the ability to calm down, especially because they had a shorter break now to reset the mental.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also have to do a shout out for the enemies. I think they also play really, really well. I think they play the team fights far better than we do.
Mm.
Um, yeah. Just
I mean,
think that in some games the individual skill that some of my players have is just this last strain that's really putting the weight on our side. You know what I mean?
yeah, I can
Yeah.
see that. Do you have
Yeah.
any tidbits of information into as to like what potential strategy they might actually look to incorporate? Not specifics like champions or anything, but the kind of general gist they're gonna potentially go for into the last game.
My team, I think we will see the same thing. I think that support and jungle will be the main engage tools. The ADC, like our bot laner, will probably play a skilling champion or Jhin, and mid and top will probably be on at least like a semi carry.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or
Yeah, there's multiple
Vladimir.
picks.
Yeah.
There's literally multiple Tudors picks. Darius, Vladimir, Renekton. Yeah, so many picks that I can see that the top lane in Peranto, he's a fairly strong and capable player. So I definitely feel like he's been doing a lot for the team and actually pulling them through a lot of these games.
Exactly. I 100% agree. I think he's not even a main top laner, I have to say. He's really doing a lot of work. I think mechanically he's the best player in our whole community. Also, like the current 1v1 champion of the
Oh,
tournament.
of course.
I just think that sometimes, as I said, he's not a top laner, so he's not 100% proficient on top laners.
Yeah,
So
I can see
Camille was a jungler a while back ago. I'm really happy with him. He's helping us a lot when we had problems with the roster changes.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
All right.
So, do you have any last comments that you want to make before we wrap up here?
I want to thank you, actually, the organizers. It was a really cool tournament, although some people or some teams canceled, and I'm just happy when it's over. I'm happy when we win, but I will also congratulate the Muchachos. They 100% deserved it. They played a really good tournament. That's everything from my side so far.
All right. Thank you for having us and answering our questions. And we will now talk to the team leader of the Muchachos. And thank you for the interview.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks, Fabian.
Bye.
You
Hi there.
First of all, what would you like to be called before we move forward?
wait for what? Melvin, my name, or what do you mean?
With Melvin. We'll go with Melvin then. Hi, Melvin.
Hey,
I guess we'll just simply get into it. How do you feel after these past 4 games?
actually, I'm not exhausted as I thought I would be. I'm pretty fine, but yeah. It's kind of unfortunate. I think we could close out the series already.
I see. Do you think that's due to just simply mistakes or just
Yeah.
like lack of team performance?
Like, how do I say this? Like in our first loss in the second game was quite unfortunate that our support had ADC on the mid lane, and then they caught our support, and after this they engaged on us 5 versus 4, and they got Baron off it. Pretty much swing the whole game. And the last game, yeah, was pretty poor played by us, I think. Like obvious mistakes, pushing side lanes without vision, and our ADC randomly casting his MF ult in the river. Simply misclicking because he thought he would be our support and would be much further. I mean, I think, yeah, pretty poor played last
Yeah,
game from
but
us.
that's League of Legends, right? You're always going to
Yeah.
be making mistakes and unfortunately like misclicking where you don't want
Yeah,
to, even
because I
opposed
mean, we are not pros. We are playing for fun.
Yeah. But in regards to the last game, how do you actually feel heading in towards that off the back of a loss?
I mean, we're quite comfortable too, I think. I don't think, also our morale is still high. As I said, we're playing for fun, and I think if we just play like the last game and snowball our lead and close the game out, yeah, we should do this.
Again,
Just
without
make less. Wait. Sorry. What
no,
do you
do
say?
you think?
No
Go.
problem. Go on.
No, I just wanted to say we just have to focus on not making mistakes and not forcing too much. And yeah.
So is there anything particular you're you're gonna have to say about the team comps or the champions
mean,
in this next game? Maybe
uh,
some strategy you're going for.
I mean, to be honest, they played their playstyle is like heavy engages all the time with diving top laner like Renekton, Camille, and J4. Uri, they always try to dive us, so we try to counterpick a diving team comp with a peeling team comp. Like we had one time Jenna, I think. I
Yeah.
played a lot of Graves, which worked pretty good. Yeah, like we try to play around this. It's pretty hard. Like last game, we had the opposite with me on J4, so that we engage. I mean, the early game went pretty well, but like I said, our team fights wasn't the best. I think the Vladimir was a big problem for us. She just ran into our backline and caused a lot of trouble for us, and we couldn't really answer it back. Yeah.
Okay. So overall, you're most likely going to go in with the same kind of like compositions and whatnot.
Yeah. Like they stick to the same stuff, to their champion pool.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then you're going to react as necessary.
Yeah, we
Okay.
react to this.
Well, it should be good. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the last game. Hopefully, like you said, you guys are looking into the last game with positive mindset, so that should be
Yeah,
good
of course.
for the actual execution. And yeah, I think overall this will be like an exciting last game.
Yeah.
I hope so too. I hope it's kind of interesting to watch. I don't know how it's on the other perspective for you guys. I mean, I'm on the other side. I play this.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's definitely been very interesting to watch just because
I
it's
mean, we
such
got the
a
best of 5 in the final. Should be good, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, so many times that it going back and forth. These games are really intense. I'm really looking for the fifth game if it's gonna be that intense as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had. I just watched my history. There was no game under 30 minutes, so it's pretty intense late game.
So
All right.
do you have any last bits of commentary before you head back into your game and hopefully finish off that fifth game?
No, not really. Just having fun in the last game. Was a pretty good tournament, to be honest. Like our first, I see a major tournament, but it's just just for fun tournament. But I think we learned a lot as a team and as individual as a player. Yeah, looking forward to tournaments like this.
Nice.
Yeah. So see you guys, I think.
Thank you for joining us, Melvin.
We will
No
see your
problem.
gameplay.
Let's hope it will be good for us.
Wish you luck, bro.
Okay. Bye, guys.
See you.
All
All right.
Really nice to hear the perspective of both sides there.
Yeah, but I see both teams are still pretty confident, and I like how they still got so much motivation going into that fifth and last game on this evening. It's been pretty long, and this will be pretty interesting to watch.
For sure. I believe they're setting up the pro draft now, so we're just gonna wait for that to go through, and then once we get
Exactly.
into the draft phase, we should be good.
All right. What do you think? Which team comp will these teams go for? I mean, we heard a bit of from the coach, or not like coach, but from the team leaders, I would say, who could say something about the teams and the compositions they're going for. What do you think they will go for?
I'm pretty sure we gained like a major insight from both sides there. I think both teams are gonna go with what they've been doing just because it's comfort.
Yeah.
I do feel like there are better picks that Austrian Mars could be doing to supplement their playstyle because, like we've seen in these past 4 games, they're fairly aggressive. They like to engage. They like to be the ones that dictate the fights and catch out the enemy. So they just need to pick that. It's almost the fact. Actually, I don't want to say anything just in case they're on the stream currently, but they're almost the fact that they're going to pick really strong engaged champions and they're going to be going for these picks and have a strong top laner. Whereas with Muchachos, they're gonna either go for that strong team fight to counteract that. So even if they do get engaged on, they've got really strong ADCs and damage dealers to be able to deflect that, or they're gonna potentially fall back on that pick comp that we saw in the third game with the Ashe, the Tom Kench, and whatever else, to try and just, instead of having a 5v5 team fight, they get the pick and they go forward with that. So it's
Yeah.
definitely going to be super interesting to see exactly how the draft phase plays out.
So, do you think that the Muchachos will ban the Vladimir this time?
I know this has been like a major thing that we've pointed out, and maybe we're hopping on it too much. Maybe it's not as strong as we
Maybe,
think it is.
yeah. But
Um, but yeah,
the leader of Muchachos also said that they had problems with that Vladimir.
I think there's
So,
no
yeah,
denying that it's a problem. Ultimately, like
yeah,
even though inherently as a champion it may not be an issue, just in regards to actually executing against it, it's just way easier to not have to worry about it and just ban it straight out the pool.
exactly. I'm on the line with you there. I think that just the problem to play around that Vladimir in the enemy team is just so much pressure to just ban him here. I will look forward to see if both teams are going for the standard bans they banned last game, like the Fiora, and maybe Jin will be banned again. But we will have to see, and I'm really looking for that draft right now. Should be there in a couple of minutes. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe we'll take a quick 5-minute break while we wait for the draft and everything to be sorted out, and then
Yeah,
we'll
sure.
get
Why
into
not?
the game.
Yeah, exactly. All right, welcome back. We're heading into the fifth draft right now. We had a little bit of insight into both teams, what their plan is for this game, and the Vladimir ban goes through actually. So they talked about the Muchachos talked about how the Vladimir was a problem, and now they just banned it out. Olaf and Jin gets banned as well. Jin, since the enemy just has such a good performance on him, and Olaf was a ban for the last 5 games as well. Kane is being picked up. Recently just got a buff, so but he will probably be jungle. And we will see how this plays out if he can go for that mid game power spike. The team of Mars picks up Jax and Caitlyn. Caitlyn being pick in the last 2 games as well. Just a good solid just a good solid champion for Mars. The Camilla banned out and the Swain. The Swain having a really good performance in, I think it was the first game. And the team of Mars doesn't want the Urgot here as well. Jarvan being banned out from Muchacho, and now we're heading into the last 4 picks. Twisted Fate is getting picked up for the mid lane. Saya for Muchachos as AD carry, and Corki mid lane. Interesting pick. They now got a lot of AD, so maybe the plan for Mars will be to pick up a lot of armor. We have to see how that plays out. But on the other hand, Mars only has Leona as a real tank, and the Jax as a bruiser. But again, especially the team from Mars, they have a really good engagement, especially in the early game, in that level 2 and level 3 fights, with the Twisted Fate in the mid lane having that gold card, that safe point and click stun is just really something to look out for here.
Damn, this is a lot. It's a lot to take in. There was some expected bans. Like, I'm pretty sure both me and Drew have said that Vladimir needs to go, and finally Muchachos have listened, and they've gotten rid of that Vladimir, as it is too much for them to handle, and they just can't play against it well. So glad that they've done that. But it seems that they've also been targeted, with now Minokami actually been taken off that Urgot, because it feels like Mars must feel that that's such a big threat, and it has been doing well in these past couple of games. So that's an interesting change in the lineup.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the Urgot, especially in the last game, he was not fat at all, but still had so much pressure into the team of Mars that they had decided to just ban him out.
For sure. It seems like I mean, we alluded to this potentially with earlier, with a couple minutes ago, when we were saying that it seems that Muchachos have defaulted back to that generic 5v5 fight, and they've picked up the Maokai in the top lane once again, just to be like, okay, we've got a tank, we've got that front line, we've got the supportive tank in Nautilus, and then we've got obviously our DPS in mid, our DPS in
AD carry.
in jungle, and DPS
Oh,
in
jungle,
ADC
yeah,
as
as
well.
well.
So yeah, definitely like a very standard bog standard lineup coming up from Muchachos here, which I
Yeah.
feel is probably what they're more comfortable with. Last game, you could see there were cracks in the team play because it was very hard to execute. MF not being able to ultimate properly in many of the fights. So I feel like stepping back onto an easier to execute team fight should be decent, even though MF is fairly easy to play. But
Yeah.
then on the other side, I'm not a massive fan. I'm not too sure where Austrian Mars are really going with this team composition. What do you think of it?
Well, you can see the really heavy engage if they landed, like Jax jumping in Echo having his W prepared and the Leona. But then as well, you have that Twisted Fate with that single target stun to take someone out, especially in the early game. I think we will see a lot of aggression around that mid lane. Maybe the mid lane will be ganked, or the Twisted Fate following the jungler to kill the enemy jungler or the other lanes. We will see much aggression in that part from the mid lane, and we will see how it plays out.
Yeah, that seems to
But
make sense.
yeah, what's also interesting from the Muchacho team comp, like in the game 3, where they basically won about rotations and split pushing, they didn't choose to take another split pusher and go for the Maokai, go for the team fight. What do you think about that? Will it play out for them, or maybe it was a mistake?
Well, if they do these rotations like they did in, I believe, the first game, then I think it can really work out well for them. And especially due to the fact that there's not much counter engage in the team of Austrian Mars. There is to a certain degree with the Leona Ultimate and I guess some of the CC that Caitlyn and Twisted Fate provides, especially with Echo as well and his W, but it's not consistent. It's not Nautilus Ultimate or Nautilus Q. The only consistent one is maybe Leona's. So I feel like the 5v5 definitely goes to Muchachos if they're able to have that full 5v5 fight.
Yeah.
But I think maybe Mars have gone for a more skirmishy team composition where I'm going to rotate with my Twisted Fate to a fight and we're going to quickly fight in a 3v2 scenario, and then that's going to win them, and then they're just going to steamroll off the back of that.
Yeah, or maybe even a 4 versus 2, like we saw previously. What's also interesting from Mars with the Jax top lane, they now have the option to split push very well, since not a single champion of that of the Muchachos team can really deal with that Jax in a 1 versus 1. We will see if they try to play the card out or if they just go for these really big team fights with the CC chains. And the game has actually started now. First wards from Mars are going down, both in the river pressures.
Yeah, it seems that no dramatic plays coming out from Muchachos this time.
Yeah.
Everyone's going for a standard defensive position, make sure that no one enters the jungle. So it seems pretty standard here. One comment on that, on the Jax top lane, like you said, it potentially could be a massive threat. Unfortunately, Minakami's been set back onto tank duty, so there's not too much he can do in that 1v1 against
Exactly.
the Jax. So, but if the Jax is actually able to destroy the Maokai and actually get so much pressure that the Maokai can't even stay in lane, then Peranto could be a real big issue, especially in the split pushing game. So, which might mean that even though, Muchachos might win team fights, Jax is already at your inhibitor, looking towards taking inhibitor tower. I mean, looking towards taking Nexus tower. So that could be a major threat.
Exactly. I also think that way. So Echo is taking the blue buff down, and Kayn has actually started at his Raptors. What do you think? What will be the jungle pressure or the jungle focus on this game?
I mean, we're about to see it right now. You see Leona walking up. The Echo W has been set.
Not quite getting something done here, but the Nautilus flash is burned. The Kayn is near, but not wanting to contest that fight. Maybe we will see a gank soon from the Kayn, since he's just at his crux, having his whole bottom side jungle cleaned. Maybe he will try to look for a bot lane gank as well.
I feel like that's just really good knowledge from Hendrix, and he knows that Kayn is not going to be able to really contest fights or skirmishes early, so he's just going to go for that super aggro play and know that he won't get punished for it with some kind of counter jungling or anything. Really good play by Hendrickson.
Exactly. I think he really just played the matchup Echo versus Kayn really good right there, and just made up the fact that Kayn hasn't really the damage, and not also damage. Not only the damage, I mean, but also just the mobility which Echo has at level 2. Kane just can't reach that at level 2, maybe at level 3, but the Echo came right after he did his blue.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Who do you think? Which lane do you think is going to be the most important to be watching this game?
I actually think the mid lane is a pretty important matchup, since the Twisted Fate has that single target stun, which can enable a lot of picks. And I think the team of Mars will play around that Twisted Fate ultimate. But on the other side, Corki can be such a heavy damage dealer, and together with that Xayah shredding through the enemy team.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
What do you think?
Half of me wants to hedge my bets into Peranto just being a major threat this game and really stomping out in that top lane. But I think for the actual team play, I think bot lane is going to be super key as to if they get behind or not. And I'm really looking forward to seeing the actual performance of Makushi on this Xayah, because this is the first time he's played it in this set, whereas for Slipknot, he's played Caitlyn, I think, twice or 3 times now. So he should be in a fairly warmed up.
Yeah.
So yeah,
and also the Caitlyn Leona matchup, they did play that before. And if you just look at the bot lane, they both have kind of all-in potential and like all-in comms. And whichever ones, missed you. And then Leona goes in, trying to lay some poke down here. Caitlyn is following, and they just took a really good trade there. Having to, the Nautilus has to take his potion, getting back up to HP.
It seems like it just looks, you can see from the play that there's a lack of comfortability on some of these champions, especially from Muchachos side, in the bot lane specifically anyways. So yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how they fully play out this lane.
Yeah. What's also interesting, since they are both all-in lanes, whichever ones can just zone the other off the farm. So it's not only like who has the most kills, but who can make the pressure.
This is actually fairly surprising if you actually look towards the top lane. The Maokai has 39 CS, whereas the Jax only has 29, which I personally don't think this should be happening in this man match. Oh, you see, there's so much pressure. So many resources are trying to be pummeled into the bot lane. TF trying to look for an ultimate down to the bot lane, but nothing was able to come off it. But you can see where Austrian Mars's focus is looking to be this game.
Yeah. You can just see it on that play. And the TF not even having his lane really pushed out, but trying to go into that bot lane. But also, the hook from Nautilus goes in to the Leona. The Leona's hooked. The Leona's CC'd with the Xayah E, but nothing comes through. A little gank from Echo here. And what I also saw that was good from the bot lane of Muchacho, they back off immediately once the TF goes into the mid lane. The mid laner probably calling that the TF is away, but they're just good at disengaging here.
Oh, a nice little dredge line onto the Echo. The W comes up from Echo. He's able to get a stun off, but he has to force the flash. Here goes Mean Machine on his E, trying to chase down his Kane, but I don't think anything's actually gonna come off the back of it. So flash out from Echo. And looks like everyone's going to return back to their lanes.
So we're seeing both teams trying to do a little pressure around that dragon, but nothing really happens out of it.
And I think this is just League of Legends in general, right? It is so bot lane centric, especially with the objectives like Dragon being down there. If you can get your bot lane ahead or bot lane winning, it could be such a major thing for the team. And here's an engage onto the Maokai, but he's able to survive because he's Maokai.
Yeah, that's true. But I think like considering the other leagues, not leagues, I mean seasons we had before, I think there's a lot of pressure on top lane as well, since that Herald has been is really good since you can take it 2 times, and it also depends a lot of which your top lane champion is. If you have a champion who can really carry a game 1 versus 5, for example, it's the top lane is also really important. But in a general case, it's definitely always the bot lane.
It's looking like if we go through the CS, there's actually a lot of difference between the Kane and the Echo. It just shows that Kane's been power farming throughout this entire game. He's not really been looking to engage anything, which does seem a bit surprising because it does mean that he's not going to get his form that quickly. But I'm assuming he's waiting until he gets 1 or 2 items, then he's going to start looking to gank a lot more. But then if we look at Echo, he's only got 36 farm in comparison, and he's been trying to make these plays, but nothing has come to fruition.
But it's pretty. You can see on both teams, it's pretty solid gameplay, and also nobody's really taking many risks right now. No kill has been done, and you can just feel the pressure inside of both teams heading into this last game.
Oh, and the dredge line hits. This is the first gank. Kane uses the ultimate. A lot of damage coming out of from the ADC, and there we go. First blood onto Makushi, and that was it. That was it. That was the gank he was looking for. The first gank of Kane, and it's instantly a successful one. And now they're looking. Blue team is looking to do Drake, and that's the first Drake of the game. Here goes Infernal over to boosted Muchachos.
Yeah, I think the jungle matchup right now, Kane has really get himself some farm, is 1 level ahead over the Echo, and the Echo, the pressure that he made didn't really pay off, so now he's a bit behind. He either has to get the levels up as well, or look for a good gank right now, because Kane will just outscale him in the mid game.
And that's right changes coming into full effect, even showing that even though Maokai got nerfed dispatch, it probably didn't make much of a difference because he's still able to farm with his Q anyways.
Yeah, it's also interesting that Maokai still has a bit more farm than Jack. Really making a lot of pressure on that Jack. We have to look if Jack can go up, if he can reach his mid game and late game potential.
Yeah, just really shows how strong of a pick Maokai is currently in the game state. But once Jax is able to pick up that Blade of Ruin King, we can expect to see Jax thoroughly shredding through that Maokai, especially in the mid game.
Yep. And if the FO goes out, the bot lane is immediately retreating.
I think they were doing it mainly to look at the Rift Herald play that's happening in the top side. This is really good. Mean Machine really loves to have these objective, and it seems that Mars are trying to make some kind of counter play to punish it, but I don't think anything is happening, and Boosted Muchachos thoroughly fall back.
Yeah, the bot lane from Muchachos are really doing a really good job of just not taking the risk of getting engaged here. Just backing off the minions, letting some minions fall. Now the Echo is bot lane again, but the Muchachos bot lane is just chilling here, not taking any risk or getting engaged in any way.
This is really good play by Muchachos. I think I can tell that there's communication happening in the comms, saying, "Hey, my bot lane, we're getting Rift Herald, we're doing stuff around the map. Just as long as you don't die, as long as you don't get engaged on, we're good." But here they are getting engaged on by Leona. Small trade, okay, dredge line.
Good side line. But on the other side, Kane is fighting as well. The jungle and mid lane are fighting. Kane dies as well as the Nautilus, which will result in 2 kills for the team of Mars. Like, in the second we said that Muchachos are doing a good job here. Mars just turns it around, gets 2 kills right here, and the jungle and bot lane will be pretty down right now. Like, all the advantage they have gained is lost. The TF is in the top lane, stunning the Maokai with the gold card, but nothing comes through. The Maokai goes down half HP and probably has to back here. No, he actually decides to defend this turret. We will see if they try to dive. Jax is going in after the gold card. TF is tanking the turret and Jax kills the Maokai.
And
The
it's
last-
a double kill.
It's a double
This-
kill for Maokai.
Once
This
again,
can't happen.
Muchachos
Oh.
is punishing the over-aggression of Mars. They love to over-aggress, and they just simply get punished for it. Now, you could say that was simply execution, and partly I would agree, but it's just, yeah, you shouldn't be trying it. And now here's the counterplay from Muchachos. They're going to use the Rift Herald down bot lane and get a lot of tower play, and then maybe even the first tower.
Yeah, but on the other side, I like the idea of that TF with the Jax trying to dive the Maokai there. On the other hand, it was really unlucky, I would say, since it just took 2 hits for Jax to finish off the Maokai, and I think he even hit the turret once or twice. I mean Jax. And that was just really unlucky, and that the TF got killed by the ult as well.
Oh, here's the strength. He's got the Blade of Ruin King. TF is going to use his ultimate.
But he's going back to mid lane, but still Jax is trying to force something out of the Maokai. On the other side, in the mid lane, Corki is getting killed by Caitlyn and Leona ult with the help of Twisted Fate baiting him, maybe.
And with
That's
the
a free
Kane
Drake.
being top lane, now they lost. Muchachos have lost the objective of Drake, which they probably didn't want to do, but here they are.
Jax just backs off here, but he won't get away. Probably, yes. Kane can just finish him with his ultimate and get the free kill, as well as the top lane tower. On the other side, the team of Mars have just gotten the free dragon. We will see how this will play out.
Yeah, and it was a simple trade. Quite simply, they sacrificed Dragon for the gold that the top lane tower provides. So I wouldn't be a massive fan of that, and I feel like they could have been able to contest that, but unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, but that's the decision they'll go with. So hopefully it'll play out well for the team.
So the top lane tower has been taken down from Muchachos, and we will see if the Jack, the top laner from Mars, will actually rotate down, but I think he won't right now. He will try to get that top lane tower, and Mars is actually pretty down right now, having that bot lane and the top lane tower getting taken, but on the other side, they are only 2k gold down at the moment, so it's still open. In the last games, we always had 2k gold around 70 minutes, and basically the same, so everything can happen right now. And we will see who has the mental state to win this game, maybe.
Yeah. Actually, just quickly looking in chat, one of the people asked, who would you suggest is the most broken top laner right now?
Well, I think top lane is a lot of like who has more jungle pressure, and also like the matchup. Like I think in a lot of matchup, something like Renekton is pretty strong right now if he gets the right matchup and can get the early lead. But on the other hand, champions like Kayle, who is not that played at the moment, if she gets a bit of a power spike, or like if she doesn't die in lane and get to the level 11 without giving much gold to the enemy, I think a lot of top laners are really strong right now.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, we have Muchachos looking to take that second Rift Herald. Mean Machine really loves his objective control. And TF using the ultimate just for vision once again, but the Rift Herald is going to get taken nevertheless.
Yeah, I really like the approach of Muchachos here, trying to do something with more people, outnumbering the Jax in the top lane, getting ulted by the Kayn. Now the Maokai has ulted as well. The Kayn doesn't fall, but the Jax will giving 300 gold to that Maokai. There was a close one, but in the end it's just a 2 versus 1, and maybe Jax did maybe overstayed there a bit. Yeah.
It was a good play by Muchachos. It was very close,
Definitely.
as we saw, and that is just the power of Jax as a duelist. If you try to fight him, he will do a lot of damage to you. But fortunately for them, it was a 2-for-1 situation, and because of that, Kane's actually able to get a lot of stats towards his passive. I'm not sure what it's called, but his transformation.
It's his passive, yeah. It's his transformation, yeah.
So
He's
that's going to be
getting a
really
lot
good
of
for him.
red
Yeah.
orb. The TP from Jax comes out, goes for the Maokai. The Echo is behind him. Maokai has to flash. We will see if they have enough damage here to get him. The Maokai will live in 3. He's just too tanky at the moment. And in the mid lane, Kayn has actually spawned the Rift Herald, trying to get this mid lane turret and maybe contest the second one as well.
Yeah, it's quite simply. It seems that TF going for a gold card. Very risky gold card onto a Nautilus there, but he's able to get away with it, which is really good. And then here we go. We're now contesting the dragon with the Muchachos. Oh, Nautilus getting caught out, and then he's using his ultimate onto the Twisted Fate, but he's trying to fall back to his team. Echo is able to zone them out. Echo is able to fall back in the. But then Zaya uses ultimate. Corki's easily getting stunned up, and Kane's got his transformation, but he's not able to do much. He's already lost this fight, and well, Echo is able to finish off the back line. He does get finished off by the Maokai, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, and here goes Jax. He knows that he can 1v1 the Maokai even with no mana. I'm not sure if he actually could 1v1 him, but they get the dragon anyways, and that is 2 dragons over to Mars. Mars having really good dragon control this game.
Yeah, I really like the 3-man ultimate of Leona, stunning the whole damage dealers from Muchachos. I think it was a really risky play from TF, just old carding the Nautilus, but which could have really turned around. But in the end, he doesn't get punished for it, and now they just picked up a lot of kills and free dragon.
Yeah, I was gonna say before that ultimately I've not been a massive fan of the TF pick this game, because all he's done is use his ultimates for vision of the enemy team taking Rift Herald. But that was the one fight where it's finally started to shine. That single target CC is almost unrivaled, and he's able to easily get onto the carries who were mispositioned.
Yeah, especially, and that's the good thing about TF is that it's just a point and click, it's just an outer attack. So you can always get him down, and Corki goes hooked by the Leona, almost dying there, but has to flash out and lives for another day. Now the red team has centered around top lane and going back to mid lane, maybe trying to take the top or mid lane tower. Echo is trying to clear the minions here, and we will see if they go for the tower. But it seems like they will go for that mid lane tower. Also, Jax in the top lane, getting defended by that Maokai.
Oh, they seem to be pushing the top side. They've definitely denied a lot of vision. They might be going for one of their cheese picks. Chilling in the bush, wait for the support to come in and then attack. But Poke is packaged here, so they might be able to punish this.
A good engage from Nautilus. A 3-man knock up from Nautilus and Kayn, almost ripping through the team of Mars here, and everyone is getting picked up. The Corki is dying as well, so this was a 4-for-1 in the favor of Muchacho. Maybe they can pick up the TF again, but it doesn't seem like. The pings are going out for the Baron. They will probably take that up now.
This is the slowest Baron. If they're going to rotate to Baron, they need to do it now. Otherwise, this is a massive waste of
It's too
time. I
late
think
now.
they're going to go against it.
Yeah, they know it's too late now. That was really good play from them, not trying to get that Baron anyway.
And he dies, and he's done. That was just
The
over-aggression.
the electrocute finishing of Kane there. That is just sad things to see. The TF using his ulti to try to get the Nautilus as well. Doesn't have enough damage, the exhaust goes out, and Maokai comes in to maybe see if he can kill the Twisted Fate, but doesn't chase anymore.
I said I wasn't a massive fan of the Twisted Fate pick before. I think I'm starting to warm up to it. And now Red Team are actually starting the Baron. And this seems to be fairly free considering that the Kayn is dead. But they don't actually do this fairly quickly. The Caitlyn still doesn't have that many items. Although we do have Blade of Ruin King on the Maokai. I mean, on the Jax. Oh, never mind. They're going to turn onto... Oh, that was the easy finish off by EK Voxer onto the Echo. But it goes down. Down goes the Maokai as he's got 4-man focusing him. Oh, TF was able to get the gold card onto the Corki, but then they're going super deep. Judge Line is able to go down, his passive is able to go down, and they're able to fall back from that.
I really liked how the whole team from Mars switched off from the Baron, going for the enemy team. They maybe chased a little bit too hard, maybe tried to bait this Baron again, but in the end it was just a pretty solid play, and now they're going for that top lane turret.
Yeah, they definitely had a positional advantage off the back of that. They're most likely going to just take this top lane tower, then hopefully they'll start to make that rotation over towards the Dragon, because we know that is coming up in 1 minute also. 38 seconds, thank you for the things. I quickly wanted to note, based on chat, that yeah, Kane took over like 15 minutes to get to his transformation, which is definitely under par for a Kane's transformation, considering it's such a key part of his abilities.
Yeah, exactly. And also that he was also not ahead, but he was pretty even with the Echo. And then not having pressure to get these ganks in and get these skirmishes in to get the orb and the transformation fast enough. In the end, it maybe worked out since the Kayn is just really out farming that Echo. But it would have been better if the power spike is earlier.
Ooh. Okay, here's an engage from Leona. Ultimate is used out. Jax is now eating onto the back line. Jax is able to get a free kill, and then Twisted Fate is able to kill him with his Q. Nautilus is able to go back, but Jax is still on the back line using his E, not taking any damage. Caitlyn is able to finish off the Corki. Maokai and Nautilus are trapped in the pit, but I don't think anything's going to come avail of that. And that was a beautiful team fight by Austrian Mars, and I'm pretty sure they're going to go for Baron here.
Yep, the whole team has been killed and the ace goes out. Twisted Fate actually trying to do that turret here, getting it with the blue card, since they do damage towards that tower. The free turret and the Baron, as well as the 5 kills. That was pretty unlucky since the team of Muchachos, everyone just get caught in that dragon pit. That was really sad.
For the team that's meant to have the superior team fighting, they're just not able to have these team fights currently.
Yeah. So they have Baron now. What do you think is the next step?
Well, they've got the pressure. They can have Jack split pushing. No one can really 1v1 him at this point. And then they could even do a 3-1-1 or 1-3-1, where they have the Jacks in the top lane, TF in the bot lane, and then the rest of the team in the mid, and they just can push it out that way. Especially with this PF being so strong right now, 6-1-7, 23 stacks on his Medjais, if you didn't notice. And he's just in such a strong position right now, and with his damage and CC just being pretty much targeted, it's going to be super hard to go against him.
Yeah, and also from the TF with that ulti and the teleport, such a hard global pressure. The Twisted Fate ult coming out, probably to see where everyone is. Teleporting in the mid lane in front of his teammates.
Yeah, I think
Um,
that ultimate was just mainly there to scare off anyone from trying to kill their Jackson top laner who was
exactly.
mispositioned. So
And
now they're in a
also, since the Twisted Fate has his teleport soon as well, he still has that global pressure to come anywhere, anytime.
turns out this
So
is such a good pick from the
yes,
Austrian Mars here. Let's see
yeah.
what they really do with this Baron though. Seems that they're just mainly standing around, just waiting for minions.
But I also really like the gameplay that TF does here. His in and out gameplay, trying to get every auto attack in that he can, trying to always get the go cards on the important targets. Just really good gameplay from the Mars mid laner right here.
Corky was fairly mispositioned, heading down to the bot lane just to clear a couple of minions. Oh, that TF damage is insane right now. And half HP goes down on the Nautilus. And he has the back. There's going to be a lot of poke damage coming out from both the Caitlyn and the TF in this fight, while this Jax is split pushing. I think they've got about half of the Baron left. Let's see if they can really make something off of this. They've only got a quarter of bodies. Okay, looking like the blue team's going for an engage. They get the passive down onto the Leona, but it's only Leona they're able to get. They've used the Nautilus ultimate onto the Caitlyn. They're able to get into the Leona once again. Caitlyn's flashed out. Corky's getting actually picked off by the Caitlyn. TF is going to come from the back line. Nautilus has used his passive ultimate, but it doesn't matter because TF is able to use the ultimate to port back to Zaya, and that is a full almost ace. The Makai has to return back to base, and the red team are just going to push with their Baron. This actually might be game. Yep, they're gonna try to push the game.
This will be the end with the Baron buff in their pocket, picking up the Maokai easily here under the 2 Nexus turrets, finishing off the last Nexus turret and heading for the win. Heading for the tournament win as well. Congratulations to the team of Mars. Really did good job here. But I have to give it to both teams. They stand their ground, even if in the last game they had so much attention on them, and they still everyone played so good.
Austrian Mars really taking it in that last fight with a very, very convincing win. Like extremely convincing win. Even though there was a little bit of back and forth to go 12 and 21 in the end, and then be almost 10k or 8k gold ahead. That's really something. A very commanding win from them.
Yeah, exactly.
Where did it fall apart? What happened? Muchachos were looking fairly decent. I know they had just come off a loss, but in the past couple of days, all the games really have been fairly close. But then this one just seemed like a stomp.
Yeah, exactly. And like there were so many situations where just Muchachos trying to fight and being outnumbered every time with the Twisted Fate ultimate. Just when he can just come to any fight that he wants, they were outnumbered like every time. And it seems like a really hard stomp, even though Muchachos were sometimes ahead in gold.
I really underestimated that TF pick. I think that was fairly key and instrumental to actually Austrian Mars winning this game.
Yes, indeed.
So again, for the last time, I'll probably ask you, of the winning team, who do you think played the best?
I think in the end, Mars did just a bit of a better job to get that CC into the enemy. They've done it all the 4 previous games with the CC comp, with the team fight comps. They just slaughtered them this time. And also with the Twisted Fate pick this time, the single target CC and the pickup threat was just insane. What do you think?
Yeah, I think similar to you. I would give it to the TF. The stats are there. They just tell the story. 8, 1, and 9, 25 stacking your Medjais. You got a 700 gold shutdown. You're doing super well. Pretty sure it was the major reason why they won that game. So it definitely goes out to the TF. I actually do have one last question from me personally. After watching all 5 games, Who do you think is the true MVP, the overall MVP of the entire set? Which players stood out to you the most? It could be of the losing team, it could be of
Yeah,
the winning team.
yeah. I think of both teams, it was probably the mid laner of Mars, getting that Vladimir really, really good when he played it. In this time with the TF, just having so much pressure in every game. But also, what I have to give credit for is just the coordination. I don't know who does it in the team of Mars, but the coordination of their team, of their rotations, were especially in the last game were so good. What do you say?
For me personally, it's somewhat of a tough one. I think there could be like multiple shout outs, especially from game to game. I could say Minakami, he's did well, even though like he never really faltered, whether he's on a tank or whether or not he was on his ergot. So he always played well. The enemy top laner was also not enemy top laner, but the Mars top laner was also doing fairly good throughout this whole set. But if I
Definitely.
was to give it to one specific player who I truly thought was the MVP of the entire set, as much as I may personally even dislike the gameplay style, I think I'd have to give it to Slipknot.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually look at all of the games, he is super consistent with his play.
Yeah.
Very, very consistent. Every game you can go back to it, you'll see he is always in a strong position. Yeah, there were some minor execution errors, but every single game, like even in that last fight, I'm actually seeing the mini micro decisions and actually the mini executions of being able to kill that Corki, then also rotate round properly to still be able to deal damage to the rest of the team. Like his focusing and his adjustment and his prioritization is really key, and I'm noticing it slowly over these past 5 games. So if it was up to me, I would definitely give the overall MVP to Slipknot. I think he's played really well over this this whole set.
Yeah, especially from Slipknot. I like that the aggression was every time there in every game. Even sometimes it failed and they've given up 2-3 kills to the enemy. They didn't back down from that aggression, and I really like the gameplay of just making pressure to the enemy bot lane every time, so they just can't roam freely and they just can't think freely. And every time you go for a CS, you just have to think about, okay, I will get a Caitlyn shot from there. Is it worth it? And that was really amazing done from Slipknot.
Yeah.
All right.
Those are 5 games. Well
That should
done.
wrap it up. Yes.
It's been fun.
It's a pleasure.
definitely-
Yes. It was a pleasure to cast these games. Definitely going out for the players, to all players, playing a really good final in here. Just doing 5 really, really great games. I liked it.
So really well played to Austrian Mars here, and commiserations to Boosted Muchachos.
Yeah.
Everyone played well.
So, any last words?
For me personally, no. I'm pretty sure the games speak for themselves, and the players know what they did wrong, what they did right. So as long as everyone had fun, we should be good.
Yeah, I would say the same, and I think both teams really did step up in their games as well. And where we thought that some players would take some mental, not problems, but pressure, some mental pressure, they really performed, even in the last game, really good. Congrats to all players. You really played good.
So to anyone that's joined us over these past couple games, thank you for sticking with us. It's definitely been a roller coaster. And
You can say that loud.
yeah, and thank you for joining us. I'm sure we'll be back in some kind of form soon.
Have a nice evening. See ya.